Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, the motion on the floor has been moved and seconded. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Before going into the subject at hand, I wish to indicate that today I join with healthcare professionals and the medical community in mourning the passing of a giant in the healthcare profession and industry. That is Dr. John Lund. Johnny, respect me for it. He had the blessing of long life, an internist, an oncologist, and spent most of his adult life caring for others. I repeat that. He spent most of his adult life caring for others. And he did so expertly, consistently, caring for literally thousands of Bahamians, both in the public and private sector. He made an invaluable, in my estimation, contribution to the healthcare sector and infrastructure in this country. Vicky and I enjoyed a very cordial lawyer-client relationship, and over the years, we became quite close. I have fond memories of our time spent together, working on various projects and, of course, discussing issues of the day, both locally, both domestically and internationally. I want to thank him for his contributions to the national development of this country, a country he truly loved, very patriotic he was. And so on behalf of myself, my wife Anne-Marie, the Progressive Party, and my parliamentary colleagues, I wish to express my heartfelt condolences to his wife Sonia, his children Adrian, Mark, and Toby. May his soul rest in peace. I also add, Mr. Speaker, just hearing this morning of the passing of Marco Wilson, and to his Marco, young, he's a descendant of your wife, David Poitier's grandson, I think great grandson. And I wish the family well and condolences as well. Mr. Speaker, I don't see the Minister of Sport in the chamber today, but I see someone who had, I use the word had because I'm not hearing him in recent times talk about sporting issues. The former president of the B3A, member for Carmichael. I am sorely disappointed and perhaps, Speaker, almost embarrassed that we just had the IAAF World Relays, an event that was birthed in the Bahamas. An event in the Bahamas had the opportunity of being the host for quite a number of years, which was, for reasons best known to the present government, they decided that they would not continue. That's the decision that they made, and perhaps they have matters that was more pressing for them to deal with, and that was not a priority for them. But, Mr. Speaker, not to have feel relay teams for the IWF were relays. It's embarrassing. The Bahamas has number one 400 meter female runner. It's Shawnee Miller Uebo. We have the number one in time for the year male runner. I'm raising this. I'm not blaming the government for this. I want to understand why it is that we're unable to do it. And I didn't ask the question because I didn't know the answer. Right? I'm just saying.
The chair recognizes the honorable
Please
member
do.
The answer.
for Carmichael.
Speaker, there are many people in this country who make the mistake that member states is not making, which is to basically not separate the government and sporting organizations. We face a sporting organization that's not part of the government. V3As, Bahamas, Jamaica, one of the top relay countries in the world, United States, which is the champion of every past world relay game. Yes. Those countries decided not to send teams to Europe in the midst of what is happening in Europe in the pandemic. The greatest relay teams in the world did not go to the World Relays. And that's why we saw countries that had never won medals before at World Relays win medals. These players indicated that they valued the health of the Indian athletes. I know that as a former athlete, a member for Cat Island would appreciate that the D3As made a decision in the best interest of the athletes of this country, the health of those athletes. And so I'm sure that he will not seek to feel embarrassed, as he indicated he does, because the sporting organization determined that they would make the same decision that the top powers in the world made of not competing in Europe right now in order to protect the health of young Indian athletes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, honorable member.
Speaker, I started off by using the word feel a team. Remember? Feel a team. There's one I am, because I am. What's the one thing, right, that belies that answer is the fact that to make a decision, to send a team, you must first of all identify a team. That's why I put it that way. Because the question is, did we have a team? I mean, I'm not you. I mean, this is some questions that you need to ask what's going on, right? And so that's it, right? So I just wondered that maybe we should pay us. I know I separate the government from. I separate the government from these sporting organizations, but we cannot lose sight of the fact, for example, that as the government is an influencer. And I'm urging the government to use its influence to assist in this regard. For example, I finished, and then you could probably answer this, right? For example, now I'm looking forward to the Olympics. We all are. And hopefully the pandemic would have subsided sufficiently for it to be held. Right? I think we have discussed this before. You know, Michael Johnson was able to run the 4 and the 2 because the American government, they, as an influencer, suggested it. Could we not seek to influence the ability to have Shawnee Miller to run both the 200 and the 4 at this Olympics? I didn't ask that. The question is, No, she would wish to. She would wish to. No. I think she would wish to. It's a question. How do you know that? Well, let me. Yeah, what I'm inviting you all to consider is I want 2 goals, man. I want the Bahamas to have 2 goals, right? And I'm saying let's work towards having 2 goals. Because even if she doesn't want to, again, as government and as an influencer, let us influence her then to run both, and let us influence to look at the movement to facilitate her in doing so. Right now, baseball. I can tell you baseball. Mr. Speaker, I also take this opportunity though to congratulate Shawnee Miller Uebo, right, on having been named the most outstanding female athlete for the North American, Central American, and Caribbean Athletic Association. I think she deserves that, and we ought to be proud of that achievement. And we want to say congratulations to her and her family. Also to Michael Strawn, who was drafted 229th by the Indianapolis Colts in the NFL. I had the privilege to be able to speak to him and to express my elation and to him congratulations. I'm wishing him well in his pursuit for an NFL career. And because this all points to our worth as a people. If we would only pave the way for them to grasp the opportunities that are out there. Like, for example, North Africa. If we could have only finished the track and the dorm in Moores Island, right? That's where Steve Gardner came from, the number 1 400 meter in the world now. Came there, amazing, and why could we not finish that? We could only be the best if those of us who have the ability to knock down the barriers that could stand in the way of these persons who could do good, right? And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend congratulations to those 2 sporting individuals for their accomplishments and keeping our flag flying and being flying high and flying proudly around the world in their respective sporting activities. Speaker, I had the occasion to speak with the Minister of Education last week. It's not what we do. And we all understand the politics of that influences some of the things we do. We understand that. And so it's not a criticism in so much as it is what you do, but the process engaged very often is what I criticize. And how disruptive sometimes what we do have what I call unintended consequences. And so I was inundated with calls on Monday again about the bus contract being awarded to persons who don't even have a bus. And now, see, I'm not, the cabinet has made this decision. What I'm saying is sometimes when we make decisions, we don't consider all the consequences, right? So the decision was made to award the contracts to persons, and I don't think that it was considered whether or not the persons had the buses. And so the question might have been, they're not deja vu. So they may not have known. And so that what I'm saying is that if you had known that, you may have made a decision to decide to do it another way. Give. We did it. There's a transitional. We did a transition. You understand? Yeah, I'll yield.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
I'll yield.
May it please the Honorable Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honorable Member of Cat Island who in fact did reach out to me, and I appreciated his guidance. I'm grateful to him for the advice he gave, the offerings that he made. He's a senior member whom I respect. I've known him for 120 years. He and I have been in competition. He was an elite athlete in sports that didn't register on the Richter scale. I was in acceleration. But it doesn't matter, sir. And he is absolutely right. I have commenced an investigation into those circumstances, and I am now receiving information to that effect. Every single awardee was made very clearly known that unless you have certain items, such as a bus or some other arrangement to secure the transportation of our young people in safety, you have to be business licensed and so on and so forth, you were not qualified to receive that. And again, in gratitude to his very wise suggestions and advice, those who did not, after the investigation up to this point, didn't, then a period of time would have been allowed for them while the current holder continues to provide that particular guarantee to the Ministry of Education. Let me also say, Mr. Speaker, that those current holders have had the benefit of that contract almost a year post the expiration period. Almost a year, just almost a year. But it doesn't matter. The point is valid. He made that point, and I absolutely accept that. And we have immediately commenced the investigation to determine who is it that doesn't have a bus or doesn't have an arrangement. I think the honorable member knows precisely the historical circumstance of these contracts in the Family Islands and how they have been arranged over the many years. But I'm grateful to the honorable member.
Again, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I said we understand the politics of the awards of these contracts. I did not invite any change. I invited a review of the process to ensure that there'll be no disruption. There will be no disruption to the object of the busing of children, and that was occurred on Monday, and that's what was my concern. And I spoke with the minister about it, and he did, and he's expressed exactly what we discussed. And all I'm saying is that perhaps persons ought to let others know what the position of the minister is until the thing is resolved in an amicable fashion. No, because it became a public matter. It became a public matter. You know, I had a conversation. It became a public matter. South Beach. It was not political. You understood it was not political. You understood what my yeah. Right. Thank you. So, but what I'm saying is that if they knew it was a transition, then they would have been preparing. And we do the way I do that, identify, I say, look now, you all ready yourselves if you want to be a part of this. What? Speaker, to the bills at hand. There's only one, I think, controversial issue in relation to the amendments, and that would be the amendments that deal with the question of Section 5B, I think, which speaks to 5B of the Insurance Act, that speaks to let me. Yeah, I'll find it right now. I had it. This deals with senior management. Senior management that insurance company cannot terminate a senior manager without the permission of the authorities. Now, that's a rather curious amendment, because prior to that, the Act identified the categories of persons that, I'm trying to find the exact bill here. It identified the category of persons like that's on the insurance bill. Yeah, I had it marked here. Yeah, I'll find it in a minute. But the point there is that how would you want the authorities to tell an insurance company that they cannot terminate a senior manager without their consent? What if then they seek that consent and the authorities say, well, no, we're not going to give consent for you to terminate that manager? When in fact, it could very well be that the insurers or the company may have just lost confidence in that person. And the reasons for losing that confidence in that person, may very well be something that the authorities may not agree was sufficient to have lost confidence. But it's the insurance company. Prior to that, you'll see, if you look at the same clause, you'll see before that they identified the categories of persons to which you needed the permission of the authorities to engage. But I don't think you need authority. You should need authority to disengage a person. Right? Section 3B. Yeah. It's section. It says 5B. Right? And then senior manager is not defined. In the hierarchy of things, a supervisor of a department, though not a manager of the department, may be considered a senior manager. And nomenclature in an organization may differ from entity to entity. And so in the absence of a definition of senior manager, you are being very intrusive in the insurance company's business. That invites consideration to just delete it. Now, I agree that the authorities ought to have the authority to give consent for you to engage a particular person. Because as regulators, you would want to know persons who are holding what I call high positions in these entities, in these what I call highly regulated industry. So yes, the authorities should be be able to give consent to hire. But I think it is rather intrusive for you now to tell the entity that you cannot terminate the person if you deem it necessary in the best interest of your business to terminate that person. And then I think you need to define what senior manager means. Because like I said, in each organization, you may have different nomenclature for different positions in that organization. particularly when you talk about the organization chart of a company or hierarchy of a company may differ. And so I think we're being rather intrusive if you move to saddle an employer in this industry with a person that they don't wish to be a part of the organization anymore. So I appreciate Mr. Speaker, I also note back in the late 60s, early 70s, the Bahamas was known or had had the what I call the captive insurance industry. It's perhaps one of the leading jurisdictions where captive insurance was flourishing. Somehow along the line, we lost our edge in that business, and it all moved, my recollection, to Bermuda, which became the capital of captive insurance over the years. There's no reason why, and for years, to whatever efforts we have gone through, we've not been able to regain our position in that industry. I look at the External Insurance Act and note the restrictions being placed on what I call the categories of licenses. It seemed to be restrictive and not what I call very progressive. I would have thought that we should take this opportunity to articulate a vision for what I call external insurance that may be able to attract again the captive insurance. And I will invite some conversations with the industry to see how, because the industry is suggesting that that category is restrictive. Oh, I haven't seen that. So I hope it's not as restrictive as it appears, and it'll give the opportunity to go out there and promote the captive insurance industry. And so the offshore insurance industry is something that we ought to go after again. The financial services aspect of our economy has been under assault. And in fact, some of the amendments to the bills here are in keeping with some of our undertakings given to ensure that we are in what I call compliance with what has been called international best practices for anti-money laundering and terrorist financing. And so we appreciate that most of these amendments relate to that. But at the same time, recognizing on the one hand that our products have been under assault, that we are losing our share of that industry in a free fall fashion, we should also be thinking innovatively and creatively to see how we could develop new products and or attract new businesses. And so I just invite government to look at when you look at what I call the offshore insurance industry as perhaps a way of supplementing the loss that we are continually suffering in other aspects of our financial services industry. Speaker, since we talked about insurance, I wonder whether the government could give us some indication as to where we are with national health insurance. I tell you what, yesterday family who indicated yesterday to one of my persons, not to be direct, that they had been for the last 2 weeks struggling to raise money to take care of a heart, pacemaker. That pacemaker had the life of this pacemaker was expiring and had to be replaced by noon yesterday, and they were desperately trying to find funds. They tried to make contact with social services. They tried to make contact with other agencies to see how they could help PHA, and they were just desperate. And it just again strikes me that government, we have an obligation to ensure that the health of our people cannot just rest upon their wealth. If you don't have it, you die. And we only could do so much. We only could do so much. Thank God we were able to help this one individual. But how many individuals will be able to help? Because all of our wells will run dry one day. We can help as many as we can, but it will run dry. And that really struck me yesterday, because this gentleman, despite what was being said, family was in tears. But I guess fortunately we were able to put together to help him yesterday. But who else is out there? Just you would have seen the number of persons congregating out here this morning, right up to when we left at lunch. They weren't just there. All of them had a story. It's our obligation to touch those persons, one way or the other. Right? And so, if someone could please, from that end, from the government, give us some indicating. Give us some indicating. Give us some indication of what is happening with national health insurance and why a person in that kind of position, it's not just that person. He is the patient, but the patient has family members, and all of them, the uncertainty of whether or not they'll be able to afford the medical expenses brings on stress to them, because the family members become very stressful. So it has ricocheting effects. So I really would like to understand what's happening with national health insurance by this time. And I'm happy I see the minister. Yes, I've been receiving some disturbing concerns about Mariah in respect to what's happening at the Parliamentary Commissioner's office. And somehow someone needs to look at what's going on there. When I say someone who knows something about the electoral process, yourself and others, because one matter been coming to my attention. He spoke to me about it this morning, right there as they say. The ballot boxes were painted by April 30th, but it's not March 30th, but it bled over into April because some payments were not being made over time or whatever they call it. It bled over to that. So all the ballot boxes and the dividers were painted by the Defense Force personnel. And then guess what? Well, now from time immemorial, we've been in this realm of the world for such a long time. Appreciates that the ballot boxes are usually kept at the barracks. And of course, Mount Moriah will know that. Having been in another world, another place, he would have known about that because he was one of the protectors of those ballot boxes back in the day. Kept, that's where it is. Now it's not being kept there. I'm told that it's now at the prison. Yeah, that's what I'm told. Y'all could let me know whether that's true or not. And then the concern has been that when somehow the boxes is being moved back and forth, maybe 30 at a time or not 30 at a time, and people are concerned about why are these boxes being moved up and down. They're concerned that it's there and not with the police as it's used to. Right? And so I see it came to my attention. They asked me to raise it, and and so.
Recognize Mount Moriah. Are you on a point of order?
But I'll yield. I mean, that's not the point of order.
Thank you so much. Thank you, member. Just let me say that the good member for Cat Island knows exactly where to find you when he needs to reach. As a matter of fact, I am in receipt of a letter of concern from him as leader of the opposition and leader of the Progressive Liberal Party. And I believe you may have gotten those responses by now. You should have, or you're in the process of getting those responses. But we would have made any number of amendments to the Parliamentary Registration Act in recent times. And those amendments ought to bring about a greater level of efficiency to the process. And so the way we kind of figured how these operations would have worked in the past, now there are some differences to speed of the process, but not to compromise security. And so, you know, as you say, I mean, these are you're hearing some things, but we'll be more than happy to give you the facts. So you're free to let us know. But as you rightfully know, that from time to time in every election cycle, that these ballot boxes have to be kind of fixed up and corrected and refurbished. Okay, that process hasn't changed, and the same methods that were instituted in the past in terms of security, when that has to take place, have not been compromised. As a matter of fact, I receive a weekly briefing from the acting parliamentary commissioner. And in addition, we have two of the most experienced individuals in this country, right, who are consultants to that department, right? And so any queries or concerns that have been used by both governments, and so but you have used them too. You have used them too. Okay. You have used them too. But rest assured, member, if there are any concerns, I would be more than happy to address those concerns from you at any time, as through the usual course.
You know, Mr. Speaker, so we understand that the boxes would have to be refurbished, you know, and you refurbish them when the elections are imminent, right? And so we appreciate that, right? And so far as the security is concerned, so insofar as security issues are concerned, what is concerning, where you have departed from it, is that it's not with the police, it's with the prison. That's and that is No, I'm saying the boxes. No.
As you fully aware.
Yeah. I understand.
And in order for boxes to be refurbished,
No.
it can't stay in police headquarters locked away.
No.
That's a process from time immemorial.
Yeah, but they were refurbished at the Parliamentary Commissioner's office. And when they were finished, when the Defense Force officers finished with it, they were taken. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's their being housed right now. And I just wonder why it's there, not with the police. Okay. And since we at it, I did have a conversation with the Attorney General who engaged me to discuss some matters relating to the office. And I suspect he'll be raising that with you whenever he does. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the bills are not controversial apart from the one issue I pointed out. And I think you need to really look at that because you're being intrusive. Sorry, that was a point actually. You want me to say something, but I wouldn't say that. You're the Deputy Prime Minister. That's why I point at you. You're the Deputy Prime Minister. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, the opposition does not object to the bills, and we support it, save for that caveat we put to you about the interference with the employer's right to terminate.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Sutton Shorts.
Leave it for further. No, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I want to say that the point given is taken. We might, upon the requisite consultation, make the necessary change in the other place, but the point is not made.
As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. May it please you to speak in this honorable house on behalf, again, of the people of Tall Pines, and as I always say, Mr. Speaker, on behalf, by extension, the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commence my contribution to these amendment bills with your leave. The first, thank my Tall Pines team for their continued assistance and contribution to what we do as a team in Tall Pines to assist our communities. Speaker, like all constituencies in the Bahamas, we are faced with our challenges during this COVID period. We're faced with challenges of persons from the Family Islands who would have relocated as a result of Hurricane Dorian. But nonetheless, through the hard work of my team, and when I say my team, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about only Free National Movement members who directly assist me. But when I speak of our team in Tall Pines, Mr. Speaker, I speak of those various church communities, those various civic organizations, those homeowners associations and crime watch associations that work with us, putting aside partisan politics for the betterment of Tall Pines. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to report to you on the Bahamas, and in particular Tall Pines, that my commitment to working with them in Tall Pines to bring about good, to bring about success for its constituents, to bring about the prosperity that all Bahamians want, continues. Speaker, I wish also at this opportunity to wish all of the mothers of Tall Pines and all of the mothers indeed of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas a happy Mother's Day week, or coming up to the week, the Sunday will be Mother's Day. And to say that I hope that you enjoy your day with your families and with your communities, churches, etc. Mr. Speaker, I wish to join my colleague members in giving condolences to a pioneer in the health industry, Dr. Lund. His contribution to our country, he was a noted professional, someone who, even those of us who aren't familiar with the medical profession have surely heard about his contribution, have surely known about the impact that he's had on persons throughout this country. So we want to wish his family the very best during these challenging times. Speaker, I also wish to give my condolences to the family of Mr. Marco Wilson, who is a constituent of Torpine. I was walking in the Hampshire Road area yesterday, and I stopped to the home. His mother, Castorino, she greeted me at the door, Mr. Speaker, and she obviously was there with other family members because the death was indeed no death is sometimes, most of the time, not few persons are prepared, but I understand he was only a 45-year-old young man, very, very hardworking and popular in his employment at BPL, because I understand the staff members took it very hard also. And so and he's also a descendant of Cat Island, and I shared with her that I'm a Saunders from Smiths Bay, and so we had my father's from Smiths Bay. I can't get away from that. But I'm not giving up North Andros. My mother's from North Andros, Kong San, and Exuma. I happen to grow up there, so that's why I always say, Mr. Speaker, I always call myself a 100% Bahamian. Grew up in the Family Islands, well, born and raised here in Nassau. Spent many years, high school years in Exuma. When the Freeport, met my wife there. Spent 5 years there, then back to Nassau. So when I speak about the Bahamas, I can speak about the Bahamas having experienced the Bahamas in all of these different facets. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say on behalf of all of the residents of Torpines, and my family in particular, Speaker, that we share their sorrow, and we will be praying with them, and we look forward to meeting them in the coming days as they prepare for his burial, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I'm also saddened to hear of the loss of our dear Mr. David Forbes, the clerk of this honorable house, the passing of his sister, Denise Green. And so, Mr. Speaker, we want to definitely give our condolences to the clerk of this house, who's also out at this time due to health reasons. Speaker, as a member of this honorable house, I always find it a privilege to be able to contribute to bills. Whether, Mr. Speaker, it's what some people might consider boring bills, because it doesn't, in their view, touch the industry. It doesn't hit a particular interest of theirs, and it doesn't, as for example, this bill spark great opposition that Bahamians who watch and listen to us on TV have come so accustomed to, and in some cases, Mr. Speaker, I think look forward to. But I want to remind the people of Torpines and the Bahamas that these amendments, the bills that we come in here so often to deal with, are so important to development of industries and the development of the country's economic fabric and the country as a whole so many times. And today is a good example of that. To rise here this evening to speak to the Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2021, the Insurance Amendment Bill of 2021. To speak of both of these bills are important because they, in some way, affect and touch our country's second most important industry, or they are businesses within the sector, our financial services sector. And that is why it is by no surprise that the Honorable Minister for Yamakro, who has responsibility for financial services, spoke so eloquently and along with the Prime Minister on these very important bills and these very, in my view, Mr. Speaker, important amendments. We, Mr. Speaker, in the Bahamas know that save or except for tourism, the financial industry is crucial to our economic survival. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the Bahamas has gained a reputation throughout the world as a center of finance. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, this government, governments of the past, and I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, if we intend to remain a leader in this industry, that we will continue to enhance and promote advancements in various sectors of the financial industry. And these bills, these amendments speak to that. These amendments is evident of this jurisdiction's and this government's commitment to ensuring that we stay at the cutting edge, that our industry continues to grow because we continue to modernize, continue to make sure that our bills are up to standard on international level. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not by surprise that this government has responded to the World Bank's ease of doing business survey as it relates specifically, Mr. Speaker, to the Securities Industries Amendment Bill. Speaker, but before I touch on those two bills, I just want to bring this into context because a salient point with respect to what is being addressed is about protection of minority rights, particularly in the Securities Act. And it caused me to pause and think about what happened on the 2nd of May of this year. Speaker, on the 2nd of May, this government introduced to the country or confirmed a Freedom of Information Commissioner in the person of retired Justice Keith Thompson. We also appointed a Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Shane Miller, now retired Assistant Director of Legal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we have been hearing about the Freedom of Information Act, and persons have been waiting patiently for its implementation and getting this important act and what it facilitates for us as a nation enforced. And I want to congratulate, Mr. Speaker, this government for finally making this very, very important step as we look at the financial industries and as we looking out for the rights of Bahamians. Because in these acts, Mr. Speaker, we're looking out for the minority rights of individuals. And I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that by moving the Freedom of Information Act and its implementation and enforcement in the country, this is an example of us also looking out for the rights and the interests of the average Bahamian person, Speaker. And so with that backdrop, Speaker, if I may speak firstly to the Securities Industry Amendment Bill. And as noted by the Honorable Prime Minister and by the member for Yamakura and Minister for Immigration and Financial Services, this bill proposes to make amendments to various aspects of various sections of the principal bill. And Speaker, I don't wish to go through each, but it was only a few amendments, but I just wish to reiterate to the Bahamian people the importance of the Securities Commission of the Bahamas as it relates to these particular bills. Speaker, the commission, as the member for Yamakura spoke to, is important for and is mandated to regulate investment funds, securities, and the capital market via the Securities Industry Act. Speaker, I was happy as I did the research for this paper to learn and find that the government actually, as it has come accustomed to, placed out for public consultation. And from what I see, got responses that contributed to these and other amendments. And so you would find that the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, were reviewed, and I'm sure the government would have taken interest in those recommendations. But as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, these amendments address the World Bank's ease of doing business survey, which address deficiencies and looked at the strengthening of the Commission's powers to revoke licenses. Speaker, it might be interesting to note as we talk about the World Bank ease of doing business survey, that there were several areas that they normally look at when addressing what areas needs to be looked at to increase or better your position in the index. To speak in one of those areas really is how difficult it is to secure permits, about how difficult it is, Mr. Speaker, to secure electricity, how difficult it is, Mr. Speaker, for businesses to deal with the registration of their properties. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, if you look, when you research this area, you'll find that this government has responded. And I think, and I would submit, have responded in a very, very meaningful way. And that was through a unit in the Prime Minister's office. A commission or committee was established to look at these issues. And that committee has given its recommendations over the years. And I submit to you that the government has been responding, and that's evidenced by these amendments today, I would submit. The Speaker, Section 99 of the Act, which requires the disclosure where material contracts is entered into with a public issuer, and a director of the issuer is a party or beneficiary of that contract. Again, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister indicated, this really intends to assist and protect minor shareholders, to ensure that they are aware of, I think the member for Yamacross spoke to it, to make sure that they are very well aware of who is dealing with or what other persons in that company, for example, what their interests are, to protect the minor investor. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note that when we look at this act again, we look at the importance of public disclosure, and now it being mandatory, not permissible, but now mandatory for your register to be current, indicating the current and former related personnel. Speaker. And as I indicated, this only would go to enhance the regime. Mr. Speaker, we look at, for example, the necessity and of enforcement, and it now gives the Commission the power to revoke licenses where persons or companies in the past would have not adhered to various regulations with regards to the renewal of their licenses, the submission of annual filings, and the paying of their annual fees. And so because of these enhanced powers of the Commission, we again will look for a better regulated industry that could only assist and enhance the minority shareholders or investors, and indeed the whole industry. Mr. Speaker, this issue of protecting minorities' interests is very important to the World Bank, and now we see that it's very important to our regime here in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, we want to know, for example, who as Yamakura said, we want to make sure there's no inside dealing. We want to know that the minority shareholders have some rights of recourse. The minority shareholders are not held, or information are not shared, relevant information are not held back from them, where other shareholders or stock or shareholders may be privileged to. And we in the Bahamas, through this amendment, evidently shows our support for this type of thinking and this protection. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the working unit in the Prime Minister's office would have brought together stakeholders from the Ministry of Finance, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Attorney General's office, Department of Inland Revenue, the Customs Department, the Department of Public Works, and that goes, the Department of Public Works, as I spoke about, one of the index looks at how electricity, so I would suspect that the BPL issue would have been, because of the BPL and the department the ministry being responsible for BPL. I talked about Custom Department, and I congratulate them for what they've been doing in terms of enhancing the ease of doing business with the electronic single window that's been very successful, the Click to Clear project. The Central Bank is involved in this working group, Mr. Speaker. The Registrar General's office, as I indicated, one of the indexes looked at how easy it is or how difficult it is in registering property and deeds. The Securities Commission, as we speak to this bill now, as it relates to the Securities Commission, so they have an input. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, we've seen that we've had, while in some cases challenging in terms of where we've been moving in the index, nonetheless, we've been seeing improvements in the industry. Speaker, this bill also speaks to the necessity of the necessity to list or to make available your website and to have it and make it available in the newspapers to show again transparency and protection of minority shareholders. Speaker, now I must interject here, Mr. Speaker, that if we are truly to be serious about enhancing and moving, as the member for Cat Island mentioned, the sector, this important sector, these types of amendments, and I would put to the member for Yamakro and the minister to continue to put focus on modernizing, continue to put focus on keeping the Bahamas at the forefront of enhancing these types of legislation, and by extension, enhancing the industry. So more and more young Bahamians, more and more professionals can find their way in this industry and continue to make very meaningful, and in some cases as an attorney, we always had to make that decision of whether or not we're going to go in private practice in firms or open your own firms versus going into financial services, where we always said that you would make a lot more money in a shorter amount of time. But this, nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, is an industry that we need to continue to develop. Mr. Speaker, and as it relates to the website and the newspaper posting and making it transparent and open, I think this is not only important to the minority shareholders, but it's equally important to our industry as a whole, because the Bahamas, we want persons to know that if you're going to be practicing in our jurisdiction, and we want the world to know that we're not afraid to show who is doing business in this country. And when we do that openly, we know that if we could implement policies or rules where companies have to make themselves public and their dealings public, their reports public. That speaks to the scrutiny that we put to this industry, and to know that they would think twice about putting themselves out there if they know that they're not acting above board. And so, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the minister and his ministry for the amendments in this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, the Insurance Amendment Bill. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a very there's a very minor amendments to the bill, but minor not in the sense that they're not important. The member for Cat Island raised an interesting point about the issue of termination of a manager, a senior manager, as this particular amendment speaks to the new, I guess, the powers or the new responsibilities of the Insurance Commission with respect to of allowing a new senior manager to take office in a company, making sure that the senior management is fit and proper for that company and for the industry. But I never, Mr. Speaker, fought and took the angle that the member for Cat Island took to say that that may affect the termination. Because I didn't read in it that it would affect in any way companies' ability to terminate a senior manager. Because I always thought that, Speaker, if you cannot force a company to hold and keep an employee, that doesn't mean that the industry and its regulators cannot have an input on who you are bringing in and who is replacing that person. And so I really, and I am challenged to get the point, and I would look forward to the response from the minister responsible in bringing clarity to that. But I would suspect, Mr. Speaker, that, and I would find it hard to believe that a bill will, or an act, or any statute will try to regulate or to force or to hold back a company from terminating or ending a relationship with an employee by statute. And so, Mr. Speaker, my interpretation of this was not so much to affect the employer's ability to terminate, but instead enhance and put greater pressure on the company to ensuring that their senior management or the manager is up to speed and someone who is truly fit for the purpose and the condition of the industry. And as it also relates to any change in the beneficial ownership. And so, Mr. Speaker, I surely as a legislator look forward really to hearing the response as the minister or any other member clarifies this point. But I like the idea, Mr. Speaker, that now the Insurance Commission, which is also responsible, like the Securities Commission, who's also responsible for the supervising the industry and making sure that regulations and inspection are in place with respect to the industry, have this added responsibility. Because all this does, again, like in the other in the securities industries statute, this enhances the quality of the human resources, enhances the reputation of the industry, and it surely enhances our position as a major financial market, a major financial powerhouse in the insurance business. I do agree with the member for Cat Island. And I would accept that the member for Yamakura has responsibility for this industry. I know he appreciates the importance of us continuing to find our place in the offshore insurance industry. I don't think we will have any debate or any objections to that. Surely this particular amendment speaks and it's evident that we want to develop this industry. And so, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Prime Minister, I congratulate the member for Yamakura and Minister for Immigration and Financial Services for enhancing and building this industry via these pieces of legislation and these amendments. I say to the people of Torrey Pines, Mr. Speaker, that I remain committed to their development. I remain committed to ensuring that our communities within the constituency continue to do well. I remain committed, and as I walk the streets, Mr. Speaker, on an almost daily basis to meet with them, I walk the streets, Mr. Speaker, to be asked the question of what my government is doing, but to confidently answer them and to let them know that our prime minister, let them know that our ministers in the government, let them know that our members of parliament, we are committed to working with them through this COVID period. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to working with them for them to get everything, every positive, benefit that they can get as a citizen of this country. These bills, Mr. Speaker, is a part of that, making sure that they could also continue to benefit from a strong financial services industry. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, this member for Torrey Pines is happy to support both amendment bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Centerville.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to say my appreciation and my love to all of the members of Parliament, all the FNM members of Parliament, all the PLP members of Parliament. My love and appreciation for your commitment for this course. Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention a young lady. Her name is Yvette Simonet, who has been writing letters to the government or government officials since 2012, 2013 regarding fire safety and waste management. Fire safety procedures, she spoke about in her letters, which she would have forwarded to me, about hydrants, building codes, and of course the officers. And I will touch on that for a minute. But Mr. Speaker, our House of Assembly has abandoned the ideals and principles of accountability and transparency, and hence we have abandoned our people. Mr. Speaker, like I say to the people in Centerville, and I will say to the Bahamas, we shall lend and not borrow. We shall be the head and not the tail. As I approach this debate on the securities industry amendment, as well as the insurance amendment, these bills, Mr. Speaker, bode well for international relations and, of course, our commitment to world standards. However, I will keep it very local. And as always, look for the benefit of this bill to the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, we are still in that season, that dangling of the carrot season, and this is part 11. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Speaker and members of the House of Assembly. Good afternoon to Centerville, and good afternoon to the entire Bahamas. Good afternoon to the next generation of Bahamians, which is my reason for the pursuit of godliness and righteousness. For nearly 4 years, young Bahamians and Bahamian professionals, Centerville has come to the House of Assembly demanding legislation for our people. We, the people of Centerville, have demanded a report of this House from our Public Accounts Committee headed by the Progressive Liberal Party. We have demanded a report from our House Rules Committee headed by the Free National Movement. We have demanded a report from the Committee of Statutory Instruments headed by the Free National Movement. We have demanded a report, Mr. Speaker, from your Public Treasury Committee How would we know what is in the public treasury? What are we working with? But this committee is headed by the Free National Movement and inclusive of Progressive Liberal Party members. Mr. Speaker, we have received no indication of reports from any of your committees. This House, Mr. Speaker, has abandoned the ideals and principles of accountability and transparency. Hence, our country over the many years have had to suffer from lackluster and lazy governance, which has led to lackluster and lazy governments. Mr. Speaker, this has led to lackluster and a lazy approach to national development. It's a band-aid approach to governance and national development. The people of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people, who are we? Where are we? Are we that much politically polarized that we are unable to demand of our politicians the very laws and rules they implement? Centerville brought 2 petitions, Mr. Speaker, for the Ministry of Natural Resources and for a review of the Quieting Titles Act. We gave notice of a first reading of a bill for the independence of the Parliament. Many questions, Mr. Speaker, unanswered in our so-called fledgling democracy. We have abandoned the ideals of accountability and transparency. We have abandoned our people. Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch on a few things of national interest. The Centerville community, as well as the Balfour and Jenny Street community, have lost much. They have lost valuables, and let's not forget the Portuguese Dock community. They have also lost homesteads, and in one case, we even had a loss of life. As Centerville mourns, Mr. Speaker, with them, and we will assist them in the best way possible. But we ask, Mr. Speaker, of parties not to politicize the fate of our people. Have any of you politicians taken a look at the laws as it relates to these incidents and see if amendments are needed to prevent and to protect our people in the event of fires? Did any of you look at the Fire Services Act of 2001 or to see how we can hold our government accountable and responsible to the Bahamian people? That's representation. Yes, it is okay to show support, and it's even better to participate in the rebuilding efforts. But if we do not review and enhance our laws as it relates to fires, Mr. Speaker, we will be possibly seeing a repeat of the same as far as we can see, even in the future. Let's change our approach and ensure laws are in place to protect our people and future generations. There should be recourse. There should be access to temporary shelters and food directed as a part of legislation and not simply left up to policy, even in the cases of fires. Mr. Speaker, our fire laws, the laws as it relates to fires, have not been amended for 20 years, since 2001. Mr. Speaker, when we look at these pieces of legislation, we see why the people have no recourse, and therefore hardly anyone is held accountable or responsible. For reference, Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the Fire Services Act of 2001, the Inquest of the Fires Act of 2001, and the Fire Services Regulations. These are a copy of our fire laws. Nothing in these laws, Mr. Speaker, to prevent, protect, or rescue our people and their resources. Our disaster recovery and protection laws, no acknowledgement of general fires. The Minister of Tourism touted ICAO standards as it relates to fire safety and rescue at the airport. Can we not tap into these same models to assist with fire safety and rescue missions in our own communities for our people? Foreigners Mr. Speaker, I'm of the belief, should be benefiting from the standards that we have in action, that we set for ourselves and our people. Once again, one standard for them and little or no legal recourse or standards for us. This House, Mr. Speaker, has abandoned the ideals and principles of accountability and transparency. Don't be fooled either by the FOI press release. That type of act without regulations is useless. That type of act without independence is fruitless. God be with us and change this political landscape like I know you will. This campaign season, Mr. Speaker, is something else. Leaders have acquiesced to low-level politics and desperation, politicizing fires, politicizing the freedom of information, accountability, even politicizing our children. We politicized Dorian. We've politicized COVID-19. Our human rights, even our civil liberties are being politicized. The Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, deserves better. When you have to coerce people and pay them into fear, there's no foundation. I will repeat that. When you have to coerce people and pay them into fear, there is no foundation for our people, no foundation, Mr. Speaker, for our children. We are destroying our foundation, one built on the spirit of good character, hard work, and integrity, one built on honesty and strength and democracy. We, Mr. Speaker, this House of Assembly has abandoned our people. We have abandoned the ideals of principles and principles of accountability and transparency. That is why the communication earlier today of Nassau Village and the Speaker of this Honorable House today, no matter how you may spin the narrative or you may take it, it just was absolutely necessary. You have given the Bahamian people a voice. God has given you the courage to ask and demand answers just from members. The people must know that we are all accountable. It doesn't matter if you are Killarney or Centerville or Pinewood or Garden Hills. We are accountable to the people that have elected us. And they deserve to be respected as men and women. Mr. Speaker, never once in our history was our Prime Minister Westminsterly, his system of convenience, asked to address the Bahamian people on an issue of national interest. The member was asked to speak to the people who elected him. The people want to know from your mouth what they must do, as inconsistent and mixed messages about COVID-19 is not helping us. I would have liked to have heard your response so that I may inform the people of Centerville, especially that the member is a doctor. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we all take away from this our commitment to democracy and the importance of building relationships. Tearing Bahamians down, their livelihood, their families, because you can, does not bode well for the advancement of our nation. But blessed, Mr. Speaker, are those who have not yet seen, but yet they believe, the audacity to believe in something bigger than ourselves, better for our children and greater for our nation. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are debating the amendment bill to the Securities Act and an amendment to the Insurance Act. I'd like to congratulate the Securities Commission of the Bahamas I'd also like to congratulate the Executive Director, Ms. Christina Rule, on the advancement, on the progressiveness of the Commission, as well as the executive arm of government, for ensuring that this piece of legislation was put forth to the House of Assembly. I want to take this opportunity, though, to encourage those hardworking professionals in our securities industry. I encourage you all to do what is right. And when you do not know, say you do not know and ask questions. It's time for us to own our industries through hard work, through focus, through dedication. We will no doubt be the envy of the region and the world. Mr. Speaker, I've been beating around the securities industry for many years. As a matter of fact, my first company, the NASDAQ Group, which is a securities training company, was formed in the same year of the commission, which was in 1998. I am very proud of how far we have come as a country. However, we have a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker, a lot of work on how we treat each other, a lot of work on how we help each other to be better at what we do by regulating, but educating. I encourage Bahamians in this business to learn as much as you can, become specialists by asking one silly question at a time. Be the best that you can. The Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2021, Mr. Speaker, is categorically divided into two parts. One part speaks to the protection of the minority interest or minority investors, and the other to necessary technical gaps. Once again, we appreciate the government for moving on this amendment, which has secured a higher spot in our rankings in the ease of doing business throughout various categories. Though, Mr. Speaker, and that what was said just now is really based on international compliance and meeting the best practices and the standards through legislation. So though I believe these bills are steps in the right direction, I think it ought to have gone a bit further to think about us, the minority shareholders in the Bahamas, us, to ensure that we capture, Mr. Speaker, the very essence of empowerment for our Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, capital markets development is the impetus of empowerment. That's really what it's all about. Mr. Speaker, I'm a minority shareholder in NPD. And quite frankly, these amendments are giving me what I have access to already. It just wasn't legislated, I suppose. So this is a plus. What I would like to say, though, is that my minority interest in that company gives me no real voting power when it comes to board elections. Bank of the Bahamas, as a minority shareholder with government owning majority, once again, I have no real say, no real voting power as a minority shareholder. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I asked for corporate documents, the birth certificates of these organizations, the companies. Many companies that are coming, they want to, well, I guess the one in Andros that's doing the mining said they will be owned by Bahamians. I'd like to see your memorandums and articles of association, your birth certificates, which are not necessarily reflected in these amendments. So the issue, Mr. Speaker, isn't so much the public disclosure or the access. It's the bottleneck of who really has control in these organizations that is laid out in their memorandums and articles of association of these companies. So that's where the say of minority is limited. Many companies hindering minority representation, even on their boards. It seemed to be a formula in the Bahamas. And we must stop that. If you're going to protect minority interests, let's not do it halfway. It goes straight to the memorandums and articles, and the decision of the board of directors should be reflective of the shareholders. All shareholders, not by appointment. Board of directors should be elected. And so I think this model of minority protection, which is important for international compliance, when we come to the Bahamas now, the reflection has not been in the birth certificates of these organizations, which still gives the minority shareholder limited voting power. In my opinion, this is why minority investors really have no say in APD, and they probably won't have no say in the port. Because from what I've been told, the port's supposed to have this same model. And if they have this same model, I don't know if this particular amendment is going to help minority shareholders in those organizations. We must do, Mr. Speaker, an in-depth study of our capital markets to rate and assess the empowerment of Bahamians and Bahamian small businesses. This band-aid approach to ownership will not work. It will not work. It's not even sustainable. We are almost tired, Mr. Speaker, of this model where we take our very last and send our kids off to school and they almost refuse to come back. They come back and they just don't know where they are, what they're supposed to be doing. They don't know what's happening. They have resumes all over the place, these dynamic resumes. 3.5 even to 4.0. Chemistry, biomed, engineering. And we seem not to be able to place them. That's the issue. So we like the fact that you're able to bring amendments that would help us to meet international compliance. But are we really thinking about the Bahamian people and their representation or their right to vote? I don't think so. But I do appreciate the fact that you are meeting your international obligations. Senate bill, Mr. Speaker, because this piece of legislation is not contentious. Once again, it's a step in the right direction as far as international compliance is concerned. Now, when you start to talk about the Bahamian people having shareholders in these companies, these politicians put together, and I say politicians put together, these politicians are part of the negotiation structure. This minority interest and minority investor legislation would have to go a little bit deeper. And maybe that's in the Companies Act. I don't know, but we need to make sure that the memorandums and articles are in no way impedes the minority investor or the minority shareholder. And I'm not talking, Mr. Speaker, from theory. I'm talking from experience. And I'm someone that attends the AGM and I watch them. Where are we going with this? Are we really interested in empowering our people? It's a band-aid approach to national development. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill supports the legislation as a step in the right direction. However, it would be more meaningful, like I would have said before, to reflect on how these disclosures would impact smaller shareholders. Just how would they? I mean, even if the smaller shareholder got all of looked at the material contracts, so they went ahead and they reviewed all of these, financial statements are now at least 35 to 40 pages. Remember, these are minority shareholders. And when you look at the investing the investing culture of our people, we usually don't review those documents. And so there's some level of protection, like in countries such as the US, there's a level of protection for these minority shareholders in the very essence of their makeup. So I encourage all small shareholders, seek professional advice, or even a money manager, even somebody that may have a share or two, in order that you understand the capacity of your investment and the capacity of your capabilities. We do appreciate your takeover rules and, of course, the corporate governance rules. I have noticed that the corporate governance rules of the Securities Commission has been one that was reflected, I think, in one of the agencies of government. And I really want to push that a little further. And I hope that more agencies of government would reflect on the corporate governance rules. It can only bode well for the better of our country, the better of our people, and of course, the betterment of the corporation of which you are part. So I would like to see these rules stretched into the memorandums and articles where the rights, the voting rights, voting power of the minority shareholder really matters. Disclosure of material contracts is appropriate. However, if our capacity to vote on anything is limited, how necessary is that? Small businesses should be mindful of this, yes. However, voting rights, voting power, it's trampled on by articles of a company. And that is where we need to go. We needed to amend the Companies Act at the same time and prevent that from happening. There's no way any board member should be appointed. They should be voted on by the shareholders. How they get appointed? But we need to look at the birth certificates of these companies to see our limited voting power. We want to be able to be at a place, Mr. Speaker, where the information that is gathered is able to help our investment and our business decisions. And now I'm just talking about the financial and investing culture of our people. And I keep hearing people refer to the middle class, but when you look at the middle class, Mr. Speaker, let's compare the middle class. The middle class goes to public schools in the United States because of the level of education. So I don't want this false, when you look at our delinquency rate, our credit, national credit, it's really hard pressed for me to say we actually do have a middle class. It's basically the haves or the have-nots. Because when you have the so-called middle class borrowing to pay school fees, borrowing to pay for a wedding, borrowing to pay for vacation, that's not middle class. That is not middle class. And so we have to take a good look at ourselves, our financial investing culture, if we truly want to embrace this issue of the empowerment of the Bahamian people. The technical gap, Mr. Speaker, is very important and had to be addressed, and we understand the need for reporting requirements and deadlines. I do, however, like the balanced approach of this legislation, giving our people an opportunity to be restored. Mr. Speaker, the politics of this country has trickled down even into our organizations. It's such a getcha politics. Could I catch you in something? Let me catch you in this. They even will build files on you, and they start from like 2 years ago now. So, you know, you're waiting for your file now, because once election kick up, I want to see my file. And I'm ready for mine. I hope you're ready for yours. So we have to embrace each other. Politics doesn't have to be so bad. Politics is quite easy. Just vote for the best person for the job. It's simple. I don't see why it'll be all of this. Today I got a text speaking to Palmdale Primary, which is in the Centerville constituency. And it indicated that the teachers and the superintendent and the Lloyd had abandoned the school. So I immediately called the principal, who of course said that's not the case, because I could hear her there at the school with the kids and in the background. So she indicated about a positive COVID test. And she said everything was done in order, meaning the children the parents, the teachers stayed until about 12 o'clock. And then her and her staff stayed to begin to call up the parents. So someone was there with the children. This is a sort of politics that just wouldn't, it's not going to work. So I don't care what you try. It ain't happening. So stop putting all these fake stuff in the online. I mean, it's really killing my space. I don't even have any more space. It's almost like people just feel the need. And when I say people, I do believe it's parties driven. But maybe we need to stop and take a look at ourselves and try to embrace what's best for our future, such as an independent speaker. The Securities Commission, Mr. Speaker, at this time, is being called to regulate but educate, communicate effectively with your behavior professionals.
Need more time,
Just one
honorable member.
1 minute.
You know,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Securities Commission at this time is being called to regulate, and we appreciate your regulating, but educate, communicate with us, help our Bahamian professionals to be the best they can, and allow them every opportunity to grow and expand. It doesn't have to be getcha politics. Professionals must understand that physical presence doesn't equate to laziness. You must go out there and you learn your business. You learn more about our global environment, and do not forget to teach someone else. We are being called on, Mr. Speaker, to be our brother's keepers, even in the securities business. So we support this legislation as it pertains to closing the required technical gaps. And we wish the Commission and all professionals in the securities and financial services industry the very best. The main aspect of the Insurance Amendment Bill is the inclusion of the reporting requirements for senior management. Hopefully, the timeline for responding to applications seeking approval does not hinder business development, which eventually leads to economic slowdown and hardships. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to thank the constituents of the Centerville community for keeping me focused, actually, and for their support. I'd like to say Happy Mother's Day to the wonderful mothers of this House of Assembly, to the wonderful mothers of the Centerville constituency, and no doubt to my very own wonderful, lovable, energetic, motivating mother. I love you. To the community of Centerville, we appreciate you and we love you. God bless the community of Centerville, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
As many. Chair recognizes the member for Golden Gate.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful, good, and resilient people of the Golden Gates constituency, and I thank each of them for the honor and privilege they have afforded me to represent their best interests in this honorable chamber. And I thank Almighty God. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of both the Insurance and Securities Amendment Bills. Deputy Speaker, before I speak to the amendments, I should like, with your leave, to extend my heartfelt condolences to several families in my constituency whose loved ones recently passed away. Also, I intend to speak to a number of initiatives in the constituency. Due to COVID-19 and the attendant measures, I have not been able to attend funerals as I had been doing over the years. Mr. Speaker, I offer heartfelt condolences to the family of Mr. George Rennie Forbes, 84, of Golden Gate 2, especially his devoted wife of 61 years. 61 long years. You know, we don't see marriages that long today, so they are much applauded. Mistress Ellen Forbes, Nee Rogers, long-time constituents and residents of Golden Gate. To the family of Captain Wentworth Stubbs, 77, of Golden Gates 1, and formerly of Orange Creek, Cat Island, especially his beloved wife, Inez Stubbs. To the family of Sabrina Williams Gibson, 50, of Golden Gates 2, especially her son, Reverend Jamal Cooper and Jason Cooper. To the family of Maria Hepburn, 41, of Golden Gates 2, especially her sons Anton Hanna and Matai Sherman. I hope I got that right, Matai. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we continue to be deeply saddened and concerned about the family, now 211 of them, who have lost loved ones due to COVID-19. Our hearts go out to them, and we pray that they enjoy God's comfort, His peace and blessings as they cope with these days of great loss, distress, and challenge. May all of their souls rest in peace, and may perpetual light shine upon them. Mr. Speaker, we announced previously that we would like to remind our Golden Gates pensioners that we are still offering assistance with their NIB verification. You might recall that was extended to July of this year. We are assisting them in completing the verification form and notarizing it for them at no cost. We are also providing a pickup and return home service for our, quote, experienced persons or persons over the age of 65. If you wish to take advantage of the service, please call our office between the hours of 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at 361-4363 to make the necessary arrangements. Mr. Speaker, I now move with your leave to a few events in the constituency. You may recall that I mentioned in this chamber that we had our first annual Easter Monday basketball three-point shootout, which was organized in conjunction with Cronoff, Dean, affectionately called Chronic. We recently presented trophies to the top three finishers, and first place was David Fowler, second place was Christopher Stewart, and third place was Kamal Murphy. All of the participants are looking forward to next year with great anticipation, especially those who did not finish. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these events and others, and other similar events, good, clean, fun, and competition, are critical for the development of our young men and indeed our young women. I want to publicly thank Coach Connick, as he is affectionately called, for not only his assistance with the shootout, but his leadership, his service, encouragement, and love he shows the young men at the Kamika Road basketball court. I also take this time, Mr. Deputy, to express my pleasure in getting the lights on that park repaired recently. And we have recently repaired the lights on all 5 parks in Golden Gate. Every basketball court in Golden Gate, the lights are now working. And the young men especially, are very excited that they can play when the sun goes down. Of course, being off the court before curfew. But otherwise, they're very excited that they can play into the evening. In the same vein, sir, I would like to publicly thank legendary basketball coach, John Todd. You know, most people know him from being the coach at SAC, but I know him from S.C. McPherson, when he was the PE teacher at SC when I went to SC right there on Blue Hill Road. Also, Coach Terrence Red Eye McSweeney, Coach Gregory Cash, Coach Ernest Saunders, and official referee Robert Smith, all constituents of Golden Gate, except for referee Smith, who fairly recently moved to another constituency, for their assistance with our annual Golden Gates basketball tournament in 2017, 2018, and 2019. Naturally, we could not have one last year due to COVID-19. Every year, the tournaments have been hugely successful with over 200 young men participating. Mr. Speaker, these very same coaches and other persons have also assisted greatly in having our annual summer basketball camp in 2017, 2018, and 2019. Naturally, again, we could not have it last year. These events are about the development of our young men and our young women, but mostly our men, at a time when we are looking for ways to assist them in their development and being on the right path. You know, Mr. Deputy, it was just several weeks ago where we had the most unfortunate and sad incident where 6 Bahamians lost their lives. And it was a common question: what can we do? What should we be doing? How can we all help? How can we change this reality? Well, one of the things that a lot of people are doing, that they have programs with young people. A lot of programs are out there for young people. And I want to encourage all the people who run programs and who have programs for young people. I want to encourage them. Please continue to do the good work. We have a lot of them. I mean, we've had the Scouts and the Cubs and the Girls Guide. All of these are wonderful programs. We ask the question, as a nation, when 6 lives were lost, what more can we do? Well, I think it's important to encourage those who are already doing and to acknowledge the good work of those that are already doing. And so all of these coaches I mentioned, they are in there. They on the field, getting the work done, encouraging our young men in particular. And Red Eye McSweeney, he does a lot of basketball with young girls. He in particular. Most of the other coaches work with young men. But all of them doing good work to encourage our young people, to have them on the right path, to help them in their personal development. Because at the end of the day, that is what we all want to be doing. And all of us want to contribute to that in some way. And be sincere and honest about making the country better. And so those on the front line who are doing that, I want to applaud them. I want to commend them. I want to encourage them. Not everybody can be on the front line. Some give their time. Some give their talent. Some give their treasure. You might not be able to be on the front line. You might not be able to be on the basketball court on Kamika Road, but you may be able to assist Coach Connick in some other way, or Coach Todd in some other way. Or, for example, we know the program of youth employment, YEP. Youth Empowerment Program, run by Delano Monroe. It's a very well-known program across the island. We have young people from Golden Gates in that as well, as it is across the island. All of these types of programs, we can all help in some way. It's the phrase, each one help one. And if all of us do our best to at least try help one, we'll all be making some effort towards improving some of these issues that really had us all just shaking our heads. Really. 6 lives. And I think that really had an impact on everyone in this country. And so while we're looking for answers, while we're looking to answer the question, where do we go, what do we do, we have a lot of groups, a lot of organizations doing a lot of work, and we have to support them as best we can. Mr. Speaker, I'm eternally grateful to all of these coaches, all of them living in Golden Gates. We're so very fortunate and blessed to have coaches of their caliber, of their talent, their ability, and commitment and care to our young people. And now move to the amendments, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I support the both amendments, as I said earlier. As to the securities amendment, what this government is doing today is very important and cannot be understated. It is strengthening the Securities Act, creating more transparency. An honorable member for Centerville just spoke about it. Other members have said the same thing today in some form or fashion. It is creating investor confidence, because that's critically important. If people are going to invest their monies in a stock or a share of a company, they need to have some level of confidence about the system that operates. And reliability. So investor confidence and reliability, among other things, at international best practices. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about international best practices that this government is bringing forward today in these amendments for shareholders, for investors, and others who might rely on public corporate reporting. And the Honorable Member Centerville just talked about that, corporate reporting. And other aspects of security in our country. I joined the Honorable Member for Yamakroa, the Minister of Financial Services, Trade and Industry and Immigration, in commending Ms. Christina Rowe, the Executive Director at the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, and the Honorable Member Centerville just did as well, and all the members who have commended her, and the Commission, and indeed her team. I commend them for the wonderful work that they're doing and the insightful leadership this role is providing. And I applaud the minister and his team for his work and his commitment and for these amendments. Mr. Deputy, the ability of our brothers and sisters to purchase a security locally or on a public exchange was made possible by the F&M government in the year 2000. Thank you, Carmichael. And I'll repeat that. The ability of our brothers and sisters to purchase a security locally on a public exchange was made possible by the F&M government in the year 2000 when it created the Bahamas International Securities Exchange, referred to by the acronym BISX, the Bahamas International Securities Exchange. Mr. Speaker, what the F&M government did in 2000 was not just to create BISX, but it created, Mr. Deputy, the Shareholding Society for the first time in our country. For the first time, we had a shareholding society starting in 2000. In 2000, by the F&M government. We never had one before. Never did. It was and remained one of the great achievements of the Free National Movement. Mr. Deputy, prior to BISX, to the creation of BISX by the F&M, which allows public trading of stocks of Bahamian companies that list on the exchange. It was often said, Mr. Deputy, it was often said that a lot of individuals, for many years and years, were able to obtain shares in a lot of Bahamian companies. But the average man and woman, the person on the street, could not and did not have the same opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Imagine that. For years and years and years, people were obtaining shares in companies, but the average person couldn't. There was no structure in place. There was no public structure. There was no public trading. Imagine that. The free national movement created a public exchange so that these same companies who allowed persons, individuals to buy shares in their companies could go public, so to speak, and offer an IPO, initial public offering, to allow the average person on the street to be able to buy a share in the company. That happened under an F&M government in 2000. There was no way that they could own, Bahamians could own shares in local companies. Absolutely no way. Prior to the creation of BISX by the F&M government. The creation of BISX some 21 years ago now was a watershed event. It was a watershed event. Let's make no mistake about it. Every Bahamian now, any day, can purchase shares in companies in the Bahamas. And by the way, the revenue of all those companies, by and large, made right here. The revenues came from right here. Came right here from Bahamians patronizing those businesses, but didn't have an opportunity to buy in. They did not have. But those are the ones who helped create the revenue and the profits. But the average Bahamian could not buy, even if they wanted to, even if they had the ability to, because it was only available to a few people, some individuals. But there was no public structure, no public exchange. The F&M in 2000 changed that. It was a watershed event. Make no mistake about it. Watershed. Because since the year 2000, all Bahamians have had equal opportunity to invest. Equal opportunity. What we're talking about. All Bahamians. Equal opportunity. Naturally, there's always a risk involved in any investment, as there is with shares and stocks or bonds. There's risk involved, but you have equal opportunity to determine the risk. And equal opportunity to determine, in regard to the risk, what level of investment or any you wanted to make. It was your choice. You had the ability to do it. Imagine, you had the ability to do it now. It didn't happen before 2000. No such thing existed. Did not exist. You could buy a share tomorrow. When business opens tomorrow, you can buy a share in a lot of these well-known companies. Common Bank, for example, Finco, Quick Caribbean. You could buy shares in all of them tomorrow if you wish. Imagine that. Imagine that. You could not do that prior to 2000. There was no ability. It just wasn't there. Equal opportunity to invest, to own shares, and be paid cash dividends. Cash dividends. And appreciation in the share prices by the listed companies over the years. You know, some people have done quite well with dividends alone. The honorable member for Centerville perhaps knows better than I do. Some persons have done quite well with dividends from the companies and for the share appreciation, the share price appreciation. Because as the honorable member knows, that's the total return, what you get for dividends as a percentage, and what you get on the increase in the price of the stock for year over year or whatever reporting period. Combine them both, you get the total return. And so, yes, thank you, Senator. And this was also important, Mr. Deputy. You know why this is very important, Mr. Deputy? Because prior to this, the two major asset classes or investment assets that most Bahamians invested in was either land or fixed deposit. You either had your money in land, in real estate, or you had your money in fixed deposit in the bank. And so it also created a third real option for Bahamians in terms of their asset investments and their asset allocation. So now you're gonna have money's invested in land, you got money invested through savings in terms of fixed deposit, or you could also put monies in shares and bonds through BizX. That was not available. That third option wasn't there before 2000. Many Bahamians, Mr. Deputy, have benefited, as you said earlier, from the investments in the market over the years, and many rely on the regular cash dividends of these companies. Many do. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for 25 consecutive years in government, the other side did not see fit to create such an exchange. For 25 years, they did not see fit to create this opportunity for the Bahamian people. But not for a few, for every Bahamian. No matter where you are, no matter your economic strata, it does not matter. This opportunity is created for every Bahamian, for them to take advantage of it as they so determined. It was up to them. And it is, and it persists today. As I say, it was and it remains so today. One of the great achievements of the Free National Movement and for the Bahamian people. By the way, I should add, most countries have always had exchanges for quite some time. Very few countries did not operate an exchange, some sort of public exchange where you can buy a share, or stock in a company or a bond. And now, I'm sure Senator will certainly appreciate it. I think now even government debt is being traded now. Imagine that. Imagine how far business has gone. And it really speaks to the team at the Securities Commission and the wonderful work they've been doing in the commission as the oversight of physics, because that is their job as a regulatory function. And it's amazing what has happened, how far we've come. We are actually trading government debt now on business, which is really a step forward. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I wanted to speak briefly about an issue that concerns all of us, and that is the issue of the third wave. It is critically important, and I heard other colleagues mention this today, that we not let our guards down. We cannot let our guards down. The Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Kalani, said earlier, cautioning persons with large gatherings. When he spoke to that. And we've all seen on social media examples of large gatherings. And we still need to wear our masks. We still need to socially distance. And unfortunately, I think there is a bit of a feeling that maybe we're over the pandemic, but clearly we're not over the pandemic. And it's important for us to continue to wear our masks, to wash our hands or sanitize regularly, to not get together in large groups. We cannot let our guards down. Tourism is coming back. We've heard that from the minister on the last occasion when he spoke. The numbers are continuously increasing every month. And so we don't want to go back to where we were. No one wants to go back. No one wants to go back to restrictions. We want to go forward in minimizing restrictions. That's what we all want. Everybody wants that. Well, if that's what we want, we need to not let our guards down so that we do not have to go back in any form or fashion where we were. And we can continue to have both lives and livelihood. We can continue to open the economy and get to the point where it's fully open. Fully open. And we do not have the large numbers of persons being infected or the large numbers of persons in the hospital. And so again, I ask my brothers and sisters to please do not let your guard down. Please wear your mask. Wash your hands regularly. Sanitize them regularly. It's critically important still. Mr. Speaker, as has been said by a number colleagues today as well. This Sunday is a special Sunday. It's Mother's Day. And I too join all of my colleagues in wishing all the mothers in this chamber and all the mothers in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and indeed, and especially all the mothers in Golden Gates. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Mother's Day. Mr. Speaker, Golden Gates is pleased to wholeheartedly support these amendments. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Well, thank you, member for Golden Gate. Ms. Manning. The chair recognizes now the member for Golden House.
Neighbor. My neighbor. Your neighbor, man. Your neighbor.
Chair recognizes the member for Golden House.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am thankful, I'm grateful to Almighty God, firstly, for this opportunity, for health, and for strength. Certainly, I am thankful to the people of the great constituency of Golden Isles who have invested in me and afforded me this opportunity to stand in this historic place and to speak on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would like to honor, speak, and to give honor to some of our nation's unsung heroes. Of course, we know this Sunday, as is the second Sunday in every May, is Mother's Day. And the Bible admonishes us to honor our fathers and our mothers, and it comes with the promise that our days would be long on this earth. And of course, we know that we do a wonderful and a marvelous job of honoring our mothers. But when it comes to the third Sunday in June, which is Father's Day, you know what happens. But nonetheless, it is what it is. And this Sunday is Mother's Day. Mothers sometimes do not get the credit that they so deserve. But I stand today, Mr. Speaker, and to give them their credit and sing their praises that they are so richly deserving of. Mr. Speaker, I should like to firstly recognize my mother, Reverend Mary Elizabeth Miller, in the Little Solomon and Salty Luther of Greencastle, and who has been there for me every step of the way. My father passed while I was in high school in New Luther, Windermere High School. My mother, every step of the way, she's been there. I'm proud of her. And due to COVID-19, I am unable to visit the way I would like to. So I certainly wanted to know how much I love her and I miss her. She, Mr. Speaker, has been the hardest working person I know personally. Seen it, I've observed it, and I wanted to know how much I love and cherish her. Also, Mr. Speaker, my wife, Sandra Christina. Mr. Speaker, she is the mother of our only begotten son in whom we are well pleased. And I cannot forget her, my mother-in-law, Miss Virginia Allen, the mothers, the great constituency of Golden Isles, all of the mothers throughout Golden Isles.
in our constituency office, in our ministry, Resurrection Ministries. Mr. Speaker, the mothers in this honorable place and the challenges, and sometimes even the trials and the tribulations that they have to endure. I'd like to extend Mother's Day greetings and mothers throughout the length and the breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We must acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the extremely important role that mothers have played in our country, in our faith, Mr. Speaker, and in our individual lives. Traditionally, mothers have nurtured us from the womb, and if they outlived us, they did it to the tomb. For many of us are first teachers, first nurses, mothers in many cases prepared our meals, took us to church, ironed our clothes, prepared our lunches, or they were always there. Mothers always so encouraging, advising, mentoring, assisting. Mothers have been blessing the children with their wisdom, their wit. I believe that mothers are sent by God, and to most, if not all of us, have been our earthly angels, covering us in prayers and love as we prepare to celebrate Mother's Day. And as I've said, mothers throughout the length and breadth of the country. It was mentioned earlier that our Lord Jesus, while he was on the cross, he spoke to his beloved disciple John and said, John's son, behold is thy mother. And he said, Mother, behold thy son. I'm reminded of Proverbs 31, 28 and 29, the King James Version, says that her children arise up and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praiseth her. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Honor thy mother, fitting this Mother's Day. The bill before us, Securities Industry Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, and all of us have agreed to, the industry's recommended it, the report said, of course, and as expressed by a member for Cat Island, from Kingston, Salvador, so do we. Mr. Speaker, the thing that concerns me about bills that comes to this House, and not necessarily this bill, but all bills, particularly ones of this nature, is simple to me. How do they benefit us, the Bahamian people? How are our people being empowered by these bills? Mr. Speaker, too many Bahamians are feeling, and others are beginning to feel, like second-class citizens in their own country. Just yesterday, while we were canvassing, spoke to a contractor, Mr. Speaker, and who said, and he was adamant, spoke passionately for quite some time, said that where he worked, that they brought in foreigners. He had to train them. And the foreigners were asking him, why did they have to come here to do the work if he was here and others like him? And Mr. Speaker, what he said was even more painful. He said, now he is out of a job And those foreigners who came in to do the work, he is now going to them trying to get a job from them. He is most bitter, disillusioned. And Mr. Speaker, bitter disillusioned with the process because he feels that he's not getting what he deserves in his own country. Foreigners getting work permits to work in the Bahamas and have to be trained by Bahamians. And then the Bahamians are out of work while foreigners are doing the work that Bahamians can do. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Bahamas must be for Bahamians first and foremost. Too many of our fine sons and daughters are leaving home not to return because, Mr. Speaker, they feel they will never get the opportunities or the positions they are qualified for. Instead, many of those positions are occupied by foreigners. As a result, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, many are disillusioned and are losing hope in the system and are seriously contemplating not participating in the process. We are supposedly building a country, but are we building the people? I'm a firm advocate, Mr. Speaker, for the ownership and the development of our natural resources. And along with our natural resources, Mr. Speaker, is also our human resources. It's our people. It's the Bahamian people. They are an integral part of our natural resources also. Mr. Speaker, as we seek, as I said earlier, to build our country, Mr. Speaker, again, the persons who are becoming so disillusioned. Mr. Speaker, with all the fires that have been occurring, Mr. Speaker, there was a fire in Golden Isle, devastated the home. Before the fire, personnel could arrive, destroyed, gutted, had to relocate. Mr. Speaker, the fire, Fortescue Dock. Mr. Speaker, the fire, Fairdale, fire in Centerville. And Mr. Speaker, I couldn't help but think of the fire, the straw market fire. I think September 4th, 2001, when some of the same challenges that we experienced then, 20 years later, seem to be some of the same challenges that we're experiencing. What does that say about us? And Mr. Speaker, likewise, in terms of natural disasters, we talk about Hurricane Dorian as being the worst hurricane on record. Thank God he spared us last hurricane season. But Mr. Speaker, in less than 1 month, hurricane season will be on us again. What have we done since Dorian? What have we done? What are we doing? Are we prepared? Are we preparing? I've said to the prayer warriors, keep on praying. Don't stop praying. God forbid a category 4 or 5 comes our way. God forbid. Times are hard, Mr. Speaker. Before this pandemic arrived, times were hard. Things were tough. But since then, they've gotten exponentially worse. The wicked, evil twins of unemployment and poverty are reaping havoc. Mr. Speaker, while many of us, most of us, would be asleep in our bed of ease, there are many living in their vehicles, sleeping on beaches, sleeping, rotating at various friends' homes. Some were attempting to sleep in their vehicles in a parking lot with a lot of light and feeling more secure. But they were interrupted because after 10 o'clock, the police came and told them they had to leave. We are concerned, Mr. Speaker, as a nation about crime, particularly on the island of New Providence, with violent deaths, gang violence, robberies. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure we are making the connection between poverty and crime. The evil, wicked twin of unemployment, poverty. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, there are many persons losing their homes, many persons cannot pay their rent, are being evicted. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how this connects to the land grab, but many persons are moving on vacant land and claiming it. And trying to make the best they can, how they can, under those circumstances. And so while we are debating this bill, a necessary one, that all of us will support, and we talk about the opportunities that it provides, and previous bills that provided for Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, because of this misery index, there are a group of Bahamians who could care less about this. All they are concerned about is surviving the night. Can I make it through the night? Can my children and I survive through the night? What will we have to eat tomorrow? That's all their care. And they're concerned. Oh. And so I stand and I speak on behalf of them. Sometimes we tend to forget them. Sometimes, not intentionally. I just want to remind us that the struggle is real. The struggle is real. So while I stand to support this necessary amendment, progressive bill in the financial circuit, I commend the support. But I also want to remind us to be mindful of the many who cannot even begin to appreciate this, aren't even thinking about this. Let's do the best we can to assist, to make provisions for, to help as many as we can in any big or small way that we can. And so Golden Isle support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, in these troubling, trying times, may Almighty God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, my faith make me to say that. I don't feel no ways tired. And I believe personally I believe as a nation, the God who has brought us this far will take us further. And I stand on Isaiah 54 and 17, that no weapons formed against us will be able to prosper. This too, though challenging, though difficult, this too, though the misery index is at an all-time high, this too will pass. Tough times don't last, but tough, resilient people do. And we are the people of that ilk. The Almighty God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth more common. Golden Isles right.
Thank you, Member for Golden House. As many. Chair now recognizes the member for Angliston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I am so grateful to be able to stand in this honorable house for a fourth successive term. And as we wind down and having been renominated, I look to the people of Angliston to continue to repose their trust in me and to find me faithful in their interests in this parliament and outside of this parliament. And to say to them that it has been an absolute honor and a privilege to be associated with such resolute, such intelligent people. You know, you hear the comments about Angliston that come even from some in this house, which are so insulting and demeaning in a lot of ways. And when you, on a true analysis, when you look at the performance and the attainments of people from and of that community, including the marathon runner right now in Ethiopia, but on and on. I mean, this public school students from Angliston are in universities all over the United States, and they are performing, competing with internationally, and performing at such a high level. I know the ones from my constituency. And you look at the performance of E.P. Roberts Primary School, which was then one of the lowest performing, and today is the highest performing in its region. And C.H. Reeves being a stellar institution for science and the successive champion for public schools, whatever they call it, the athletics, track and field. I mean, they've held that for several years now. R.M. Daly last year or year before, having more students on the honor roll than the history of that school. And Ridgeland Primary, one of the early primary schools servicing that wonderful community of Ridgeland Park West and across into the Grove. And then, of course, you know, the other schools surrounding. But I hesitate, look at Angliston. Yes, I'm inviting everybody to look at Angliston, to look at the performance of the children and the people in that community who've done so well. And I'm very privileged to be their voice and their representative in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin in this debate. You would have heard, Mr. Deputy, that the leader of our organization and the leader of opposition business of the opposition has made the case for us. And so I come in the aftermath of that just to say a few things. But before I do that, I wanted to make some acknowledgements. And one is to extend heartfelt condolences to the family of Dr. John Lunn. In particular, his wife, who I remember as a young girl, who paid such an interest in young people, his wife. But John Lunn himself was such a colorful, creative, intelligent, dynamic individual who helped so many people, particularly those who were suffering from cancer. His wife is Sonia, Dr. Sonia, yes, Dr. Sonia, and who has helped so many people. And he was a character in itself because he had so many thoughts about so many things. He was more than a doctor. He was an incredible nationalist and citizen. And I remember my father, Arthur Hanna, telling me a story about when we were then a colony for the British, and the Americans wanted to dump nerve gas and canisters in our waters. And of course, the permission came from Britain because we were a mere colony at the time. Of course, locally here, us in the Bahamas, we were outraged that the British could give consent to something because like of that nature, because at that time there was no guarantee that with the passage of time, and we probably, who knows what we continue to face, that they would not leak, they would not create a leak at the bottom of the ocean and create risk factors for our people. And the Bahamas then, under Pinling administration, sent a delegation to the United Nations to protest. And one of the people they took, because of course, at that time it was early days, and we were in the process of post-67 and the process of empowering, the process of building capacity. And so at that time, it was sort of limited. But Dr. Lund was amongst that capacity. And he went with the United Nations delegation, I am told, as our nuclear expert. And it's almost humorous in a way, but it really speaks to the fact that at that time, there was a resolution that we would do it. Even if it looked like we can't do it, we will do it. It was like, it was an invincibility of capacity and ability that was demonstrated at that time, Mr. Deputy. And I think that is something that is sorely missing as we speak in this country. You do not get a sense that we believe, that we look at our people and we believe that we are able to do anything that we want. You look at the deals that are struck and everything that happens around us and what we come out with and how we are reduced in so many ways. And then you remember that group, which we had no nuclear expert, but we sent Dr. John Lund. And I heard he was in fighting form, Mr. Deputy. So I want to give him honor today. And I thank him for his service to this country, Mr. Deputy. The other thing I want to invite us as members to do is to send up prayers for Bishop Hanchel. He's been posting his journey, his health journey. And I don't know the details of it, but I know I'm inviting a nation to pray for this man, Walter Hanchel, because Bishop Hanchel, they're in one little place on Wolf Road with the most broke down people you could ever see in your life. And he put out a hand, a humane extension of love and relief to people in this country. He set the tone. He set the tone. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I told him he's the real deal. He is the real deal. And so I want a nation to pray for this man and for his family so that his strength is built and that he is able to continue to be amongst us and to contribute to the well-being of us as a people. And I thank him for the service and the outreach he and his wife have given to the least amongst us, who many of us would pass on the road and don't see. But the Bible tells us, when I was naked, you did not clothe me. When I was hungry, you did not feed me. It is the Christian lesson to us that we look out for those who are the least amongst us. And I thank Bishop Hanchel for looking out and raising up the dignity of those who are the least amongst us. Mr. Deputy, we're supporting the legislation, and I think we've heard this before, which I'm about to say. I think the member for Centerville alluded to it and developed it to some extent. And the question of this, and I think he spoke to the fact that we're speaking more to regulation and penalty, which is fine, but we know where the pressure comes from in that. the important thing is, how do you incentivize? How do you ensure that that people who are in the industry are facilitated? It's now, I think the complaint is it's so difficult now. It's so much to do. It's so much to keep pace with. It's costly. And we seem to be very interested in that end of it, which is not a problem, but you have to bring a balance to facilitate, to incentivize. And I think that that is what I have not seen in this whole array of financial bills that we've been bringing to this parliament. And then I want to say that I think that in the mix of all of this, we have to look at the importance of supporting small businesses in this country. It is the catalyst of economic growth, but it's more than that. It's the access of the small people. The small people start off with small businesses. And that is why it is so important to ensure that we empower, facilitate, encourage. But I don't see that either. I hear a lot of talk, but when you look at what is happening, it's more and more layers of barriers for small businesses in this country. And so I would like to see a government come and say, okay, yes, we understand you've been blacklisted and all of this type of thing. And yes, we're going to make sure we have a keen regulatory overview of our sector. But at the same time, we want to encourage, we want to dynamic, we want to create a dynamic industry, and we're going to be innovative with it. And just like, how when we saw that challenge at the United Nations with Americans, that we would overcome. And I want to see the overcoming. I want to hear the language of overcoming in this industry. And I don't really hear it. When you talk about small businesses and small or ordinary people, I use that language. I think I look at Anglicans, which are extraordinary people, really, but they're not, wealthy or they have tremendous resources. But I want to express my disappointment that the Over the Hill initiative, which came to us as a people, as some great initiative to eradicate poverty in this country, has really been narrowed down to a couple of things in the Southern Recreation Ground and a couple other little things. I was hoping, and I think that we talked about it in here, and I anticipated it would come to Anglican. But every time we call, they say the regulations haven't been done yet, and people have not been able to access it. That's what we've been told. But I was hoping to see the extension of that, and I think it's supposed to go into other communities, Fox Hill and St. Barnabas and all of that, and it hasn't happened. And the tragedy of that is that, it was supposed to replace what was met there, which was the urban renewal thing, which I was a critic of even our urban renewal. But when I look at what's happening now, that looked like gold. That looks like gold. Because with me, when I criticized the urban renewal when we served, I felt it was not aggressive enough. In Anglican, I wanted 500 houses addressed if it's a serious initiative. But the small house repair is almost, I don't know where it is. And all of the other things that signified the urban renewal, like the music program and things, it was very dynamic. And I don't know what's happening now. There's one in Anglican. I mean, due respect to the people who I respect and regard who are there, and it's not their issue. I don't see the investment, the resourcing that is required for that community. On the issue of the financial services sector and our economy in general, I've been watching all the dialogue about the cruise ships. Of course, the Bahamas is speaking about home porting, and I think a lot of that is within the context of the position taken by the CDC in the United States, and they look like they're modifying that. So I don't know how that's going to affect some of these ships saying that they're going to home port. And frankly, I can't see them home porting more than one ship because the capacity is very limited out there for, let's say if Royal Caribbean decides they're going to home port in the Bahamas, we don't have the capacity to berth those ships. But so maybe they mean that they will home port a ship or two ships, I don't know. But there's been some ongoing dialogue about Royal Caribbean and Paradise Island. And in particular, one young man called Toby Smith, Bahamian. And he is representing to the country. And if I'm not correct, someone could stop me over there. That on the 12th of April, 2012, he applied to the Department of Lands and Surveys for 17 acres of Crown land. On the 23rd of May, 2018, he received approval from the Bahamas Investment Authority. And there's a letter here, I could lay it up, you know, if it's required. But because it's a internal thing, I wouldn't want to lay it. But if it's disputed, I'll lay it for the world to see. The 2nd of October, 2018, a memorandum of understanding was signed with the government of the Bahamas. On the 7th of January, 2020, he received, the same Toby Smith, received approval for Crown land. And it was a lease for 2+3 acres at the west end of Paradise Island, the Paradise Island Lighthouse and Beach Club Company Limited from the government. And then on the 9th of January, he signed the lease, Crown land lease, and he returned it to the Department of Lands and Surveys, signed, sealed, witnessed, and accepted. And then he was later informed that, well, I won't use the language that's there, that the Royal Caribbean was given, he was superseded by Royal Caribbean. And, you know, I have commented on this deal in a couple of ways. First of all, I think the government ought to honor the agreement with the Bahamians. Bahamians could do it too, you know. Okay, Bahamians could do it too. Believe it or not, you know. That's why that crew sent Dr. John Lund, because they can sit down and let you walk over there. Bahamians can do it. But somehow, in the rational minds of this government, they thought it was good, right, and correct to renege on an agreement and to give a cruise ship company a beach area in Nassau now. So you go straight from the cruise ship to Paradise Island on the beach. And now they're telling us now it's going to be billions of dollars in revenue. It really gets on my nerves when they do that. I hear that so much. When I was a minister, I used to hear that. It ain't for true. It ain't for true. It's not true. But, you know, I guess, I don't know, maybe they think we all here all the time, you know? And they need to, and you know what bothered me is Royal Caribbean apparently is announcing it's a done deal. When since foreign companies telling the Bahamian people what is a done deal and what is not a done deal with Crown land. And so I think the Bahamian people, I just want to alert the Bahamian people that this has happened. And they have to scrutinize it. See, what is happening? They want to tell you the billions and the millions, because obviously there's a view that, you know, our heads swing when we hear those big numbers. No, that's what they think. But the truth is, the Bahamians are incredible people. As I said before, we go to the polls more than anybody else in the world. We have one of the highest voter turnout in the world because we are deeply invested in our country. We invested in how land is used, how money is spent, whether there's corruption, and on and on. All of these things the Bahamian people watch. And so I want us to watch that a Bahamian apparently was kicked to the curb to allow for Royal Caribbean to have some harebrained concept of coming to this little island where you could at least go on Bay Street. Well, first of all, they get the Prince George Dock, which is another story. I won't go there today. But this harebrained idea, I can see you going to Coco Key out there in the Berry Islands, but you come to Nassau That's all, with all of the culture and music and food and everything that could happen. So you could go from the cruise ship to a private beach thing on Paradise Island with our crown land. And you know, I have a couple of questions on the agenda. I asked them Monday, and I hear us talking about freedom of information, and the Senator talked about that, and you know, so I wouldn't get it. But that's a very critical point. Should I raise that, or you do it? Oh no, apparently, but the leader of opposition is saying that the law requires consultation with him, and he had none. But of course, we know election coming. You've been there 4 years, you ain't do nothing. Election coming now, so now you got to hurry up say, yeah, we bring freedom of information. Trust me when I tell you that ain't gonna work. That ain't going to work. The people are not going to buy that. But if you are interested in freedom of information and transparency, check to see if the bill is gazetted. Check it out. But if you're interested in freedom of information, transparency, I want these questions on the agenda answered. Don't say DA answered, we were there. You're the ones who've been using these keywords all along. I could assure you, no one believes that anymore, that there's any attempt at transparency. But on the issue, I've only asked the question, I'd like the question answered, whether a license has been given for underwater exploration by a non-Bahamian who is very closely and financially associated with the Free National Movement. I asked the question, I'm asking it to be answered, please. And I only ask it because, and I'm not saying it's correct, I want the answer. My fear is that our patrimony is being bartered for political patronage. And so that is, I just want to make sure that's not the case, like it sleep a little better tonight or tomorrow night, whenever you answer. But we need an answer to that, because that would hurt my soul that is what is happening. On today was a red letter day for the member for Freetown. And so it sounds, yes. And he, I think it was an agreement where sorry? I want to wait until I see the full agreement, but I want to make a couple observations before I see it. One is that I want to tell the member who was a little excessive in what I call greedy self-praise. And I want to use this opportunity, and I want to thank the member, the leader of the Air Navigation Services, Len King, because he knew what the foundation was of this entire progress. And he spoke to it. And I want to thank him because he's not a politician. He is a technical individual. He's worked in the system. He has institutional knowledge. And he's probably less interested in massaging his own ego. But I want to take this opportunity to thank some people, Bahamians, who I believe should get the credit in this matter. And I didn't say me, okay? I say me. These are the ones. He's now Justice Lauren Klein from the Attorney General's office. Only what? And his pupil from North Africa, Lauren Klein. Captain Patrick Rose, an incredible individual. The subaltern Bethel, Deepak Bhatnagar, crunch those numbers. Ivan Clare, Shane Miller, who's now being appointed in the Freedom of Information Commission, whatever it's called. Carol Ann Albury of the Bahamas, Director of Bahamas National, their Bingus, they call it. Yeah. Keith Major, Rowena Bethel, Lorraine Ambrista, Ivan Clear. Did I say Charles Albury? the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all of its variations of individuals in the United States and in the Bahamas. And I have to acknowledge the work, the leadership of Right Honorable Perry Christie, who led that administration. And so I want to remind the member, because I think I heard the member, because I watched it. He said that we were going in circles. Our head was gone. We had no sense. And then he reached in 2018, he made it all happen. And I was a bit offended because those people are not going in circles. Their heads are quite good. And they knew exactly what they were doing. And you know what is interesting? The the declaration of intent, and like I say, governments are continuous. And what happened today is founded upon what happened. I have to do it because, you know, I really don't like, I'm not used to saying politicians being so self-ingratiating in these types of matters. But the declaration of intent spoke to a number of matters. And one of them was that they would not charge overflight fees to Bahamian operators. But there's a change there because now they're going to do that. So I want to come back to that. They're now going to charge Bahamian operators who land and take off in the Bahamas. We had taken that away. They put it back. That's what's different. Now that's new. And I can't congratulate you for that. I think that's a very poor policy decision. But the Americans also agreed to support us in an expanded flight information region. This administration has abandoned it because I think the members said it couldn't happen, wouldn't happen, only 2 or 3. Well, I went and looked at it. There are plenty flight information regions. But in any event, it's a policy decision. You decide you don't want to do it. And then they said that they would support us developing a mechanism for the collection of air navigation fees. Well, it was always anticipated. The minister, that was not groundbreaking, and the minister did there because we always anticipated be collecting fees. It was in the agreement in 2017, which was 4 years ago. And so I just want to be honest. I think we have to be honest about what has happened. The minister could give himself credit. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you seek to dilute the work of people who came long before you and who worked so hard and who had the courage, because don't forget now, the Free National Movement said under the then Prime Minister that we'd never control our airspace. Let me just finish this because I can come back to that too. Gotta watch that time. I hope I get extra like everybody else. And then they said that, and then we said we'd identify and negotiate an appropriate bilateral instrument to provide the legal framework for the FAA management of the Bahamas upper airspace for a minimum of 10 years. Well, they're doing the same thing. So we did the same thing. So really a lot of what has come really has its roots, its genesis, its energy, its propulsion in a foundational agreement that came about through hard work of great Bahamians, good Bahamians, and we should give them credit. And I give them credit today, and I thank them because I worked along with them, and I watched them, and they're public servants making regular wage, and they fought for this country in this regard. No, listen, I'm not petty now. Listen now, the Southern Shores, don't go there, please. Okay, and I'm very serious what I'm doing right now. So sorry about that. Yeah, I know you are. That's why you gotta go. Be careful what you say about those people in that fire, man. Okay? Be careful, because your language yesterday caused a lot of heartache and heartbreak. Not everybody looking for something. But when people's knees have been cut off at the knees, you give them help and you give them encouragement. And so, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the FI, I just want to say a couple of things. And I'm going to come back to it because I'm going to get a copy of what was said. So I'll come back to that. A couple of my worries are, what's the real deal? Why did the Americans agree they can do it for free, according to the minister? What's really happening here on the sovereignty issue and control of our airspace issue? The other issue that concerns me is it was always our intent And it looks as if there's been an abandonment of that. It was always our intent that we would build capacity for air navigation in this country, that the Bahamas, with its archipelagic status and incredible airspace, that we would use this gift from God as an opportunity to build capacity. So that we anticipated and envisioned that Bahamians would rise to the occasion, be trained, that we would get we said we could do it in about 10 years. So this was all a temporary thing, because the real thing was that we believed we could do it in 10 years. And I did not hear that today. And so maybe, hurry. And so maybe, I got to read the actual document, but I'm very concerned not to hear that, Mr. Deputy. What you do? You beat up somebody and so, Mr. Deputy, honey, you want to fight?
Member, Angleston, talk to the chair, please.
No,
Don't.
Okay, yes, I don't want to. I gotta avoid people who have a tendency might get violent and stuff like that. And so, Mr. Deputy, that's we anticipated it as creating. He say I don't get in a fight with him. That's what you tell me. No, I don't know that. And so, Mr. Deputy, the you want to get up and say something?
Angleston, I just want to remind you, Angleston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy. And so, Mr. Deputy, the main point though that I want to make, and I hope you give me a couple of minutes as everyone else got.
I just want to remind you, Angleston, we started the clock about 3 minutes into your speech, but I'm going to give you the grace.
I'm so glad you're watching how long the time in my own. Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy. Very skilled. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Angleston. Let me make this point. Hold on one second. Let me just sit down for 1 second. Please, just sit down 1 second. I'm the speaker. I'm asking you to sit down for 1 second, Angleston. I'm not. Why are you looking at the chair like that? I'm asking you to graciously sit down for a second. I want to make this point to members. The chair has the discretion to give members extra time. But at the same time, when members spend 2 minutes on 30 minutes speaking, I'm not speaking specifically to Angleston, I'm speaking to all members. If you spend 2 to 3 minutes on the substantive issue that's being debated, and you go around the circle for 25, 28 minutes on all other means of discussion, and then ask the chair to use his discretion, is something that I think all of us have to be cognizant of this whole issue of asking the chair for discretion. And that wasn't directed to Angleston, that's directed to all of us. All right? The discretion is by allowing members to go off course, and the rules speak specifically to speaking to the bill. But the chair has continuously done it to all members. And when you spend 25 minutes of the 30 minutes on speaking to every other past bill, every issue in your constituency, and then ask the chair to give you an extended time, I think is not really using the chair's discretion in the right way. Angleston, I was only saying, and that wasn't directed to Angleston, that's all of us. Angleston, that was not directed to you. I was barely saying to you, Angleston, it wasn't about watching your time. It was about saying that the clock had started about 3 minutes into your speech. And I'm saying you're spending time having discussions and directing comments to members when I think you should be really focusing on the time.
No, that's okay. No, but see,
it's not a chastisement. It's an observation that I made for all members.
But you're gone. Listen, I sat in this house all day. I'm one of those who sat in all day. And I heard speeches of talking about all kinds of manner things, people in this place and the next place and the next one. But
I said it wasn't directed to you, Madam Angleston. I was speaking to everyone. You're asking for extra time. I'm saying let's use the time wisely.
Yeah. No, listen, I try to use all my time wisely.
I mean, directed to the order of the day. That's what I meant.
But it's very late in the game for that, Mr. Deputy.
I said I was not directing it to you, Angleston. I was speaking to everyone. Carry on, Angleston.
Yes, the last point I want to raise is this, and it's a very important one. The Prime Minister is here, and I want to bring it to his attention. What was signed today, from what I was hearing, has the effect of reimposing fees on domestic aircraft that land and take off in the Bahamas. That's your Southern Air, your Bahamas Air, and all of the small carriers that can ensure connectivity within the archipelago. With a stroke of the pen, we have now potentially made it more expensive for Bahamians to travel within the Bahamas. In particular, the fee that is payable is per nautical mile. If you're going down south, where you can't get no one to go now, they got 2 flights a week or whatever, 3 flights. You have now made it more costly for. No,
Are you yielding? Are you yielding or are you going to put?
What's the point of
The
order?
chair recognizes speaker.
Misleading the House.
Okay, go ahead.
The per nautical miles is simply for overflight fees, not for movement within the Bahamas or into and outside of. I have my speech right here. That's exactly what I said. Now, I did say that. Listen to it carefully, because that's not what we said. Overflight fees are based on per 100 nautical miles. That is on the overflight fees. Movement within the country is based on the maximum takeoff weight. And obviously, we get it to the, obviously the smaller planes travel in the Bahamas. That's why we get it out.
Remember now, he is confirming that they're reimposing fees on domestic aircraft, which is going to have a domino effect if economics works the way it normally does on the cost of travel within our country. And we had taken it off to, and if you look at the Americans subsidize, incentivize domestic travel. This administration has now put a tax on domestic aircraft moving within the Bahamas. And that is a reversal of a policy we fought very hard to achieve. And I want to urge this administration, I'm going to come back to it. He's saying the minister is saying it's based on the weight of the aircraft, not the nautical miles. You still are adding cost to travel in this country for Bahamians, basically. That's really who you're talking about. And I want to say, I think that is a major error that's been made in this deal. I will come back to this, Mr. Deputy, when the time comes. When I get a copy of the thing, I will be, I'm sure we'll be in here again, and I will have the dialogue again. I thank you for the opportunity, for the couple minutes that everyone else got that I.
Yeah, you're going to extra for one more minute. Ma'am, we will pass that, Anderson. We passed that.
Yeah,
You have a minute. You have a minute.
I had a long story to get it, but I appreciate it. I just want to say, Mr. Deputy, that it is Mother's Day. I want to say something about the ballot boxes because one of the members, but I just wanted to take the opportunities everyone else has. I hope that's okay. To wish the mothers in this country a happy Mother's Day, and to thank the women of this nation for rocking the cradle, ruling the world, holding up their children, standing with their men, encouraging them, and but in particular as it relates to mothers, I want to wish all the mothers in Engliston, but not just in Engliston, throughout this entire nation, for the love, the nurturing, the patient care, and guardianship you have given to the next generation. And I hope that that is a day you celebrate, but it's my hope that we celebrate our mothers and our fathers every day that we are on this planet. And so I end by saying, Mr. Deputy, that we support the legislation, but we'd like to see a more balanced approach to the interests of the Bahamian people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes, thank you, Member for Engliston. The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I just want to clarify a point the member had brought up with respect to over the hill. And yes, the area that is delineated is somewhat confined, and that's Nassau Street to Wolf Road. And it is our intention to expand it. And Mr. Speaker, it is essential to be expanded. Members represent the over hill for a long time, and we have done quite a bit more. But in terms of the success, many of the parks have already been repaired, and Wi-Fi have been introduced, and individuals in the area are utilizing it, especially in this COVID era. I would advise all Bahamians to review what has happened at the Southern Recreation Ground. And again, that's totally utilized. Our security system in place, monitored by the police 24 hours. And they've now embarked on the repair of the baseball or softball park next to it. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, that small, limited area have taken advantage of $2.5 million in concessions, and that is as of October last year. But in addition to that, 49 individuals from the over the hill community, just that small sector, 49 individuals were given grants the total tune of $122,000. And those 49 individuals who were entrepreneurs were able to create 142 jobs. Independent of government. That's their jobs as of October last year. In addition to that, only $122,000 were given to them as grants through SPDC, along with the educational component. But they were able to generate revenue to the tune of $4.8 million. That's documented. You will have more details during the budget debate. But Mr. Speaker, what that points out, if that is only limited now to Nassau Street, Wolf Road, Collins Wall, and I think as far as the Lancy Street, you can imagine when it's expanded to Angliston, when it's tabled, when it's expanded to Gambia, when it's expanded to Fox Hill, areas that needs assistance, when it's expanded to Camp Road. Mr. Speaker, we can possibly increase job opportunities. Those individuals can possibly create not just 142 jobs, but possibly 800 jobs. And 800 jobs, if 142 are generating $4.8 million, it means that those individuals would be able, just from the so-called depressed areas, would be able to generate income in more than $12 million. So it is a success, Angliston, and we will expand it to Angliston. And I'm certain that your people are waiting, and I'm certain that revenue will increase even further.
Thank you, Angliston. Thank you, Kalani. As many. The chair now recognizes the member for Freetown. The chair recognizes the member for Freetown. Members. Southern Shores, Angliston. The chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Freetown rises today to support the legislation that has been presented and so ably and thoroughly debated. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish the mothers of Freetown a happy Mother's Day. Freetown is a constituency that is experiencing a troubled time with the murder of a number of persons in the constituency, 6 to be specific. And so the constituency, I've been to a lot of memorials, and I've been to a lot of wakes and sitting with mothers as they work through this very tragic event. And I feel with them, especially Mrs. Cartwright, who happened to lose 2 sons on one day, which was a very tragic event. And my heart really goes out to all of them, but specifically to Mrs. Cartwright, who lost 2 sons in one day. I just cannot even imagine. I have 2 sons. I can't even imagine bearing a child. So I really feel for them. Along with Angliston, I'd like to send my best wishes to the family of Dr. Johnny Lunn. He was not only a constituent of Freetown, but he was a great friend of my parents, Vincent and Marina de Aguilar. He was at our house on many occasions. I know him very well. I sat at his knee and listened to him opine on many subjects. I know his wife well, and of course, his son, Toby, who is an artist who my wife likes to collect. So we have a very close relationship with the Lund family, and so we extend their condolences to their family. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this was a historic day in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, we conducted a ceremonial signing of a historic air navigation service agreement between the newly created Bahamas Air Navigation Services Authority and the United States Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Speaker, today we concluded decades upon decades of talks between the United States and the Bahamas about the management of the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas. And Mr. Speaker, today, the Bahamas assumed for the very first time the management of its sovereign airspace. Commencing on the 1st of May, 5 days ago, aircraft landing in and departing out of the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas, aircraft flying solely within the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas, and aircraft flying over the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas, the overflight fees. These aircraft will start for the very first time to pay fees to an entity solely owned and operated by the government of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, the Air Navigation Services Agreement signed today is historic. Never before in the history of an independent Bahamas has anyone paid anything to the government of the Bahamas for the use of its airspace. Today, Mr. Speaker, today, that changes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm advised that back in 1952, some 70 years ago, our colonial masters, Great Britain, the United States, and Cuba, gathered in Havana, where it was decided that the provision of air navigation services over what is now the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas would be divided between the FAA from the US and its equivalent ECNA from Cuba. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the FAA was assigned the greatest portion of Bahamas' sovereign airspace in which to provide air navigation services, approximately 75%. And the Cubans was assigned the remaining 25%. The Bahamas was assigned nothing other than a small area around Nassau, only up to 6,000 feet. Aircraft using the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas paid fees directly to the FAA and directly to the Cubans. And once again, the Bahamas received not one red cent from this arrangement. In the minds, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of most right-thinking Bahamians, this arrangement was unacceptable, unconscionable. And since assuming office in May 2017, this minister-led administration, this Minister of Aviation, made it an absolute priority to conclude an agreement like the one today to correct the construct that left the Bahamas totally out of the loop as it relates to the management and fee collection for the use of its sovereign airspace. Mr. Speaker, it's been almost 50 years since independence. And how were we able to get to this milestone today? Well, it wasn't easy. And I must say, everyone was extremely skeptical that after many stops and starts and starts and stops, we would ever reach this point today. Mr. Speaker, the journey started with a slight change in direction. The focus had always been on the establishment of a flight information region, or an FIR. A flight information region is an area on the planet where air navigation services are provided. Within the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas, the Americans operated their FIR, and the Cubans operated their FIR. And quite naturally, we had a national aspiration to build the necessary infrastructure and hire and train sufficient Bahamian air traffic controllers to replace the Americans and replace the Cubans and operate our own FIR encompassing the entire sovereign airspace of the Bahamas. But Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, there was one simple problem. Before we could operate our own FIR, we needed to demonstrate to the world, we needed to demonstrate to the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, who are directly responsible for such decisions, that we had the ability and the capacity to manage an FIR. And to demonstrate that capacity, we needed substantial resources to build the necessary air traffic control infrastructure, and we needed substantial resources to hire and train the necessary air traffic controllers.
Chair recognizes the member for Anglican on the point of order.
Said in his presentation, it's not true. The-
Misleading, yes, report of order. Point of order.
It's not correct. The point of order that is that it's misleading. I'll use that language.
Okay, yeah.
The ICAO, who I know, I was involved in the discussions with them. Once we could show that we were able to engage a firm like the FAA to carry out the services within that area, equal or better than anywhere else, then it was permissible to establish a flight information region. That was not a hindrance to it, because they knew at all times that we were contracting in the short to medium term with the FAA. And the long-term plan was, the medium to long-term plan was building capacity. This administration has abandoned that, and the member is now confirming that they have abandoned it.
Mr. Chair recognizes free time. Speaker, I'm sure the good member had her views on what she left in place. Certainly when I came to office and I engaged in discussions with ICAO, ICAO informed me that there was no such FIR idea in place, and that if we went down this rabbit hole, we would be where she left it. We had no FIR and nothing. This is what I just say what I met in place. Right?
Chair recognizes the member for Anglican.
The member cannot say that it's very important in this parliament to be accurate in what you say. This member already said in parliament that he picked up a phone and called one of the consultants or whoever it was at FAA. He picked up a phone and they told him that if you only had 2 or 3 FIRs and we would never get it. Now the member is running some line about his discussions on this issue. It's the first time we've heard it. I've raised this point over and over in this parliament. And in fact, this is the first time I've heard this. It is my view that the member is creating a rationale, which is not founded in fact, to support their policy position. That's your position. There's no problem with that.
Carry on, Freedang. I'm the member for. We can move on from that. The member for Freedang is the substantive minister for the current substantive minister for aviation, and the chair is going to accept that that doesn't. Anglican. I'm speaking now. the chair's gonna. I mean, we don't want to go back and forth on this. You're saying that he's misleading. He's a substantive minister of aviation. He's giving communication to the House, and the chair is gonna allow him to continue on that unless you're in the position, Angleston, at another time or even today to prove a different.
Just to put to rest the good members' suggestion that I got on a phone call. I also got on a plane. Oh, I said that. I don't disagree that. I also got on a plane with the chairman of the Civil Aviation Authority, Mrs. Wendy Craig, the Director General of the Bahamas Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Charles Beneby at the time, and we flew to the ICAO office in Mexico City. We sat there, we discussed all of the issues with them, and they alluded, after they went back and forth to their head office, that here we were, going around in circles, year after year, decade after decade, demanding the right to operate our own FIR over the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas, but not able to allocate the necessary resources to build the capacity to do so. And that's what they said we had to do. As a result, despite what anyone might say, there was very little movement on the issue. And year after year passed and decade after decade passed, where we simply failed, let me just finish the sentence, where we failed to...
At the point, the chair, point of order for Angleston. The chair recognizes Angleston.
Okay, you look a bit disturbed on the matter.
I'm not disturbed. I'm recognizing you, Angleston.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Deputy, the member, if he's expressing an opinion, that's fine because much of what he's saying is self-praise. And I don't have a problem, that's your opinion. But the culmination, which his own director of Air Navigation Services spoke to as being the foundation of what happened today, was the work of purposeful, focused, deliberate, groundbreaking, and historic agreement with the United States of America.
Remember, Frida, there's a point of order.
Yes, it is.
So I assume your point of order is misleading. So I mean,
it is. The collection of fees was anticipated in the agreement, along with other things in the agreement. You had to get the agreement to go and negotiate the fine. In fact, we started the negotiations on the fees. So it was just a continuation. I don't want the member to come in here and misrepresent the work, the effort of Bahamians who came before him. No, yes, you are. Yes, you are. No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, nobody went in circles. Everybody was clear. You had Klein, who's now a judge in the Supreme Court. You had Subaltern. You had Batnagel, who crunched the numbers. You had our director of Bingus, Carol Albury. You had Captain Patrick Roll, who was director of Civil Aviation. You had a whole array of individuals. Charles Albury. The member should not come here and say these people were operating in circles. I will not allow him to say that.
Angleston, thank you.
I will not allow him to say it.
Angleston, I'm not sure that the member for Freetown is discrediting any of the work of the people that you mentioned. I think he was barely saying that I'm not, Angleston. I'm going to allow Freetown to carry on. I don't think that he was discrediting any of the work done by those people, those persons you mentioned. Carry on now, Freetown.
As a result, Mr. Deputy, despite what anyone might say, there was very little movement on the issue of collecting revenue from our airspace. And year after year, and decade after decade, where we simply failed to realize any revenue from our sovereign airspace with which to build the necessary capacity to operate an FIR. Mr. Speaker, we project that we will get between $20 and $30 million now, and as traffic builds, because obviously we are in a depressed state due to COVID, going to move to $30 to $40 million. So over the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker, we estimate the government of the Bahamas will collect in excess of $300 to $350 million over the next 10 years. This is huge. Mr. Speaker, in order to get this to happen, We asserted our sovereignty over the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas. We asserted that airspace users and air navigation providers could not and should not operate in the airspace of the Bahamas without interacting in some way with the government of the Bahamas. After all, Mr. Speaker, Article 1 of the United Nations Convention on International Civil Aviation states, quote, every state has complete and exclusive sovereignty over the airspace above its territory. In asserting our sovereignty, we deemed that all airspace users, like American, Bahamas Air, Delta, United, JetBlue, British Airways, etc., all airspace users would now begin to pay a fee to the government of the Bahamas to use our sovereign airspace. Given that the government of the Bahamas is not currently in a position to provide the necessary air navigation services to the airspace users, the government of the Bahamas, through its wholly owned Bahamas Air Navigation Services Authority, would enter into agreements such as the one signed today, where it would delegate the provision of the necessary air navigation services in Bahamian sovereign airspace to the FAA and to the Cubans. The airspace users, Mr. Deputy, would pay the Bahamian government, and the Bahamian government would in turn contract with the FAA and the Cubans to provide the air navigation services. Gone would be the days where this activity would be conducted in the absence of the Bahamian people. Our next step was to determine the fees that would be charged and paid by the airspace users. To assist in this exercise, the government hired an aviation consulting firm, ALG, to help it determine what fees the airspace users should pay. Naturally, the government had no experience in determining its fee structure, since it had never charged any fees. And ALG Consulting proved exceptionally helpful in this exercise. Prior to May 1, the provision of air traffic control services by Bahamian air traffic controllers to land and take off from Bahamian airports and fly within the Bahamian airspace below 6,000 feet was free of charge. The entire cost being picked up by the government and people of the Bahamas. Based upon the fact that the provision of such air traffic control services attracts a fee in almost all jurisdictions, on the 1st of May, all airspace users that land and take off from Bahamian airports and fly within Bahamian airspace will now pay a fee of $1 for arriving and departing passenger, plus a flat fee of $10 up to $61 for each flight, depending on the maximum takeoff weight. The aircraft that weighs less will pay less, and the aircraft that weighs more will pay more. So, Mr. Speaker, we $61, and of course, most of the airlines that weigh the heaviest come in from overseas. I think there's about 7 aircraft in the entire Bahamas, all owned by Bahamas Air, that would fall into that greater category. So for the 0 to 10 tons, most of our small operators, $10. We kept the fee nominal. Per plane, $10. 10 to 20 tons is $20. So we geared our fee structure to make it almost nominal. And I'll tell you why we even had to charge them. Now let's turn to overflight fees. Prior to the 1st of May, all aircraft flying over the Bahamas, not landing or taking off in the Bahamas, but simply flying through our sovereign airspace, paid the FAA directly, $61.75 per 100 nautical miles. After the 1st of May, the airspace users will pay the government of the Bahamas from $8.50 to $51.60 per 100 nautical miles, based on the maximum takeoff weight of the aircraft. Once again, the aircraft that weighs less and travels a shorter distance will pay less, and the aircraft that weighs more and travels a longer distance will pay more. Sounds infinitely fair to me. Mr. Speaker, once the fee structure was determined, the government conducted an ICAO mandated 6-month consultation process with airspace users, which started last year on the 31st of August, 2020. The consultation phase started with the publication of dissemination material explaining the government's new initiative on the charging of fees to use its sovereign airspace. Everybody could come to this meeting. Everybody. All the users in the Bahamas, all the users from overseas. We had one of them big Zoom calls. Everybody could come in, everybody could give their fees, everybody interacted. The government then held 2 open consultation meetings with airspace users, ensuring that in each instance, it responded to comments received during and after the meeting. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when all the consultation was completed, all of the legitimate concerns addressed, all of the acceptable adjustments made, the government published on the 1st of March, 2020, the official fee structure that would be applied to airspace users using the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas, which I described earlier. It is important to note that all airspace user fees collected by the government can only be used to fund the costs of managing and operating civil aviation system in the Bahamas, a cost that prior to today was funded solely by the taxpayers of the Bahamas. So think about this, Mr. Speaker. You got all those foreign aircraft flying over our airspace every day. Wasn't giving us $1, not a red cent. They don't even stop here. They're paying now. They're paying now. And all the foreign aircraft that are coming into and out of our destination who wasn't paying nothing. It wasn't paying nothing to fly in our airspace. It wasn't paying nothing to use our air traffic control. They paying now. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and this is important because it speaks to their point. All fees charged must, according to the United Nations Convention on Civil Aviation, to which we are a signatory, Article 15, they must be non-discriminatory, i.e., all carriers will pay the same fee irrespective of their nationality. It's required by ICAO. It's in the annexes. We signed onto it. We could not, for example, charge one fee for Bahamian carriers and another fee for non-Bahamian carriers.
Chair recognizes the member for Anniston.
I understand the non-discriminatory point, but I think the member should really understand what he's saying. I'm not sure if he does or doesn't. Aircraft that take off and land in the Bahamas is only a Bahamian aircraft. It's nothing else. It's not foreign aircraft and Bahamian aircraft. It's only Bahamian aircraft. There is a principle of cabotage. I don't know what they agreed in their air service agreement. Okay, all right, but I don't know what you agreed, but it's only Bahamian aircraft. So the discriminatory point does not apply in this instance because you're only talking about Bahamian aircraft.
I disagree with Engliston. I completely disagree. We received consultation on this matter. We said that any flight cannot be discriminatory. You must charge, whether they fly within our airspace, or they fly in and out of our airspace, or they fly over the airspace. You can't say there's one rule for Bahamians and there's one rule for non-Bahamians. It just isn't allowed. So I disagree with her.
To look at the policy of the United States of America, they do not charge for flights taking off and landing within the geography of America. So if it's not allowed, the Americans are doing it. And so, sorry?
No.
He's saying United Nations. I got nothing to do with management.
No.
And so what the minister is saying is not correct. What the Americans have done, they have sought to incentivize their industry by not charging fees for aircraft that land and take off in the United States.
Let me correct the member. He's absolutely correct. The Americans do not charge anybody that lands or takeoffs in the United States, but they do not discriminate. So if a Bahamian airline flies in there, they don't charge. If an American airline flies in there, they do not charge. If an English airline flies in there, they do not charge. They don't discriminate on the non-charging of flights that originate or terminate in the United States.
I understand what the minister is saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. There's no discrimination in the Bahamas.
Oh, great then.
It's only Bahamian aircraft.
Very well.
Sorry, it's only Bahamian aircraft. So there's no that point does not apply because we do not allow other foreign carriers to land and take off in the Bahamas. Only Bahamian aircraft.
Thank you.
Yes, that you.
Mr.
Again, I'm
Freetown,
not
sir.
going to fight you on it. I disagree with you. So we'll agree to disagree.
Who does that?
We'll move,
Which
we'll
carrier
move on.
does that?
We'll move on. You just can't charge a Bahamian versus a non-Bahamian. Anyway, the final step in this lengthy journey. So we asserted our right over our sovereign airspace. Now you got to pay. You got to deal with us. We've determined the fees. And the final step in this journey was getting to the point where we were today was for the Bahamas government to conclude an agreement with the FAA. As mentioned, we do not have the infrastructure nor the capacity to provide air traffic control services above 6,000 feet in our sovereign airspace right now. So the agreement that we signed today is for the FAA to provide that service on our behalf for the next 10 years, allowing us sufficient time to prepare ourselves to achieve our national aspiration of managing our own FIR. Funds collected from the users of our sovereign airspace will be used to cover the current operating costs of civil aviation in the Bahamas, but must also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, be used to build capacity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be a travesty if all the funds were simply used to pay even larger salaries. The funds should and must be used to build capacity, to expand the capabilities of the Bahamas, to provide air traffic control services from Grand Bahama in the north to Anagua in the south, and from the ground up to the sky. I would be for almost 70 years, the FAA has provided air navigational services in the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas without any formal agreement with the government of the Bahamas. That has indicated changes today. And this air navigation services agreement between the Bahamas Air Navigation Service Authority and the FAA is for 10 years. Per this agreement, Mr. Deputy, and I quote, the FAA will not charge the Bahamas for the continued provision of air traffic services within the portion of Bahamian airspace for which the FAA currently provides air traffic service. Let me repeat that. The FAA will not charge anyone for the continued provision of air traffic services within the portion of Bahamian airspace that they control. Upon entry into force of this agreement on the 1st of May, the FAA will end its collection of overflight fees for this airspace. Instead of it going to them, it's coming to us. Mr. Speaker, the FAA will continue to provide air navigation services in the sovereign airspace of the Bahamas free of charge. Do you see why this agreement was so historic? Free of charge. The Banza will pay the FAA a small annual fee, around $80,000. We're expecting to get in between $20 and $30 million. But we have to pay them $80,000. That's the equation. 20, 30 million in our airspace, pay them $80,000. Banza will pay the FAA a small annual fee so they can generate the data. We need the data, the details of what airspace users flew through the sovereign airspace in a particular month. We will in turn use that data in our billing and collection of fees. So, Mr. Speaker, today was a good day. Today was a historic day. You know all that natural resources that everybody always speaks about? This government secured that natural resource, our airspace, the air above our country. And now we expect to get between 20 to 30 to $40 million a year from this natural resource. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I would like to thank the great people of Freetown. It was great to go on this journey, to get to the promised land, to secure this agreement today, and to finally begin to generate resources from that natural resource, which is the airspace above us. $20 to $40 million, Mr. Speaker. $20 to $40 million. $20 to $40 million we expect to receive. And so we are happy. We are happy to have been here today. Mr. Speaker, Freetown supports the legislation.
As many.
Oh, hold on.
Chair recognizes.
Just give me one more second. Just give me, about 7 o'clock.
Chair recognizes Alvin Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Been moved and seconded that the business of this House carry on beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing would rise. Business of this House will carry on beyond the 7 p.m.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would love to extend Happy Mother's Day to my 86-year-old mother, my 86-year-old mother, who is my inspiration, who is my greatest critic, who keeps me on track. You know, one of those good, grounded Bahamian mothers who really guided me and prepared me for a life of principle. And then I would like to extend Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers, not only in the constituency of Freetown, but throughout the length and breadth of the Bahamas. Mothers represent most head of households, are the backbone of our families. And, while men tend to be represented and overrepresented in certain areas, it's really the women behind them that make them as good as they are. I know my wife is large and in charge in my home. My wife keeps me on track. I think all of my cabinet colleagues know that she rules the roost. And as a result, it is with great humility that I wish the mother of my children, my mother, the mothers of Freetown, the mothers of the Bahamas, a happy and wonderful Mother's Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Freetown. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Angleston.
Yeah, I'm so sorry Freetown didn't get the admonition that Angleston got, because at least I say something about the bill. Freetown is saying nothing about the bill. But Mr. Deputy, I'm raising, but I understand how this goes. No problem, my fourth chair. Mr. Deputy, I want to say that the member misrepresented the historical and facts of this matter. Because
Angleston.
No.
1 second. You stood at least on 3 occasions to address the issues and the points about who was it not being recognized. And I'm alluding, I think I can understand where you're going with this. He's finished his contribution. I don't see any reason why where you're going, we need to continue in this
Would you
field.
allow me to speak, sir, and then determine? Would you do that, please? Would you to give the Angleston that courtesy, Mr. Deputy? Would you give me that? Would you give me that? Would you give me that courtesy, please? Would you, Mr. Deputy?
Members.
I said the member misled this parliament. May I address it, please?
Well, I'll say this, Angleston. Don't, Angleston. If you make Angleston, if you raise on a point of order and you make you make a sentence, and in your sentence you're already alluding to issues that are already being addressed, the chair can only come to the conclusion that your point of order is gonna be spoken on members on issues you already raised. Now, and that's Cat Island. What is your point of order, Angleston? What is your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Angleston is very grateful.
Carry on, Angleston. I don't need the condescending. Statements. Just carry on.
And I don't like condescending either way, Mr. Deputy. So sorry, I
Just
don't.
carry on, Ms. Angleston.
Yes, because this member demands respect in this parliament.
You get respect, Angleston.
Respect coming from that chair.
Angleston. One second. One thing I observe in the chair. No, I'm gonna say this from the chair. Sit down 1 second, Angleston. Sit down 1 second. I'm gonna make this statement. Let me sit down. Sit down, please. I observe this, Angleston. No, this is the Angleston. And just for the record, this is the Angleston. You over and over and over The minute you could make statements and comments and raise issues about every and anything. The minute somebody but when you on your when somebody else on their feet, I Cat Island, the chair is speaking. The chair is speaking, Cat Island. The chair is speaking, Cat Island. Cat Island, please sit down. The chair is speaking. No, I'm not sitting you, Cat Island. The chair is speaking. The chair, Cat Island, the chair is speaking. Officer, the chair is speaking. The chair is speaking. Sergeant at Arms. The chair is speaking, Cat Island. Mr. Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms. The point. Sergeant at Arms, can you dismiss Cat Island out of this house, please? Philip Brave Davis, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and Salvador, is now to be escorted out of this house, Mr. Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms, please carry out your duty, please. Please carry out your duty. Sergeant at Arms, please. The member for Cat Island is excused for the rest of the evening. Please. The chair is speaking, Cat Island. Sergeant at Arms, please. And if Agneston wants to leave, she can leave too. Cat Island, Rumkey, Sergeant at Arms. Can you escort the member for Cat Island out, please? Cat Island, you have to respect the chairman. I mean, thank you very much. Thank you. As many. Members. Order, members, order. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Yamakro.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move to close this debate on the two pieces of legislation that was laid, Mr. Speaker, and that is on the Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2021 and the Insurance Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, I commend both sides for their level of maturity here today in terms of bills that were laid, was promoted, promulgated, and consulted on by industry widely. And that is the Securities Industry Amendment Bill and the Insurance Bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, almost every speaker who rose, beginning with Kalani, has indicated that these bills are somewhat technical, but they're very necessary for industry. I'm not going to be very long because there was no fight over this. But these bills are necessary, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but with your leave, I would just like to, when I first rose this morning to speak and to commend mothers on Mother's Day, I made mention of my mother and mothers around the country. Spoke over the contribution of his mothers over the years. As I was thinking about this class of my mother who fathered me, but there's a mother in my life, my wife, who was given birth to a child. So I would like to extend Mother's Day greetings to my wife. Obviously, I have two other children, to the mothers of my children. Because all my children, mine, the mothers of my children know that I am the father. And when it comes to being daddy, and the daddy. And so happy Mother's Day to my beautiful wife, and may God continue to bless you. Mr. Speaker, a few issues were raised in terms of the financial services industry and the involvement of Bahamians in that industry. And I think it's necessary for me just to make brief comments on it. I would like to commend the CEO for the Bahamas Financial Services Board, Tanya McCartney, and recommend to all budding practitioners a book, Strategies for Success, a roadmap for compliance professionals in financial services. And one of the chapters she spoke to, Mr. Speaker, is paying it forward. She identified that in her life, her short lifespan, that there were persons who assisted her, and that her mantra, as she says in her book, is to find somebody who needs that same opportunity that she was given and to pay it forward by assisting that individual. And to speak, I would like to also commend the CEO for the Securities Commission, Christine Rose, and commend the FSB and the Securities Commission, who throughout this year, in the context of COVID-19, the economic downturn, has worked assiduously with the Ministry of Financial Services, the Ministry of Finance, and the AG's office, not only on the Identified Risk Framework National Committee, and I think I'll get that right, but the committee to assist the Bahamas with getting off the blacklist. They worked very hard. The training for Bahamians to cause them to become interested and to become involved in Shivago Line, one of our former colleagues. He did a series on the financial services sector where he invited any number of persons, Mr. Gowan, both Ms. Christine Rose, Tanya McCartney, and a number of other practitioners to speak about financial services, to introduce it. But there was one person in particular who spoke to financial services, and that was the former Attorney General, Ms. Alison Gibson. And she suggested that we do what we should do in terms of involving the Bahamians in financial services, we should do what tourism did. And we also remember the people-to-people program, where they took it into the homes, they took it into the schools, and they showed how tourism facilitates an entire, not just the industry, the number one industry, but how many other areas in our economy it facilitates: construction, job provision. And so she suggested that. And so, Mr. Speaker, during COVID-19, we've had a number of symposiums.
If you will yield for 1 second, Yamakro.
Carry on, Honorable Member for Yamakro.
But there was a number of symposiums, Mr. Speaker. The first being last year, where we did an industry-wide symposium supported by BFSC and our other industry supporters, the Securities Commission, the Insurance Commission. There was also a symposium on arbitration, international arbitration. Ms. Raquel Pinder, who's the Director of Trade, has done a number of symposiums. One included the partnership with the UK High Commission to tell or demonstrate to the Bahamians, especially small businesses, what are the assistance that is available through the international agreements that we've signed, and most importantly, through the Industries Encouragement Act. So there's been much effort to identify to the Bahamians the opportunities that are available in the financial services sector. And still, Mr. Speaker, I do agree that there's room for improvement. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, BIF, the Bahamas Institute of Financial Services Center, that assists with training young Bahamians in financial services. Mr. Speaker, I know the member for Golden Isles raised the issue, Speaker, of persons, persons being in the Bahamas and Bahamians being disadvantaged because persons are being given jobs over Bahamians. What I would suggest is being done rather frequently, that a report can be made to the Department of Labor and or in the alternative, as persons have been doing with the Ministry of Immigration. They've been putting together their letters and identifying certain issues to us, and we're prepared to bring those issues to the attention of the Ministry of Labor. But where we find that the person may not be a fit and proper person in terms that there's an available Bahamian for a job, we are not sure on not granting work permits in those circumstances. As a matter of fact, I just recently had a conversation with the president of the Bahamas Tourism and Allied Workers Union to say to him, to ask him whether or not they had a database of all of their members and intended members, identifying their vocational designation, and if they have a trade, to put that in. That database should be shared with industry and with the Department of Labor, so that when questions arise as to the availability of Bahamians to do certain jobs, there's a database and they have something that they could refer to. And I think that they're in the process of working on that. Mr. Speaker, again, I'll just reiterate some of the things we said this morning about the revocation, automatic revocation for persons working for the regulated market, and automatic revocation for persons carrying on business in the securities market. The necessity of the bill, Speaker, for disclosure, making it mandatory, and for the Commission to keep a record, and for financial statements, Mr. Speaker, to be made public. In the insurance bill, Mr. Speaker, most certainly we took the observations made by the leader of the opposition when looking at the amendment to Section 30, which says, no company registered on this act shall in any way affect or change in beneficial ownership or senior management without the prior approval of the Commission. Speaker, we take his observation on, we will consider them, but most certainly there was never intention for the Commission to involve itself in a private contractual arrangement. We know that there's no absolute right to work, and so persons can hire or terminate those persons who they don't want to be in their employment. Sometimes they may just have to compensate them, right? And so we take on what he says and on the advisement, and we'll move forward. So in the circumstances, Speaker, again, I wish all the mothers in the Bahamas a blessed, happy Mother's Day. I join with my colleague in extending condolences to the family of Dr. John Lunt. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Securities Industries Act. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act.
Further, second reading, committal of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and move for third reading. Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act 2021.
Second. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act.
Further, second reading of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
None, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Committee of the Whole House.
Mr. Speaker, I
Chair
move that-
recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House resolves itself in committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House dissolve itself into a committee of the whole House. The chairman of the committee of the whole House and deputy speaker in the chair. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. The House will now dissolve itself in a committee of the whole House with the deputy speaker and chairman of the committee of the whole House in the chair.
Committee of the Whole. Chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I start with the Securities Industry Bill 2021. I move that the short title be agreed. Second.
Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 6 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 6 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I move to the Insurance Amendment Bill 2021, and I move that the short title be agreed.
Been moved, members, that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move now that clauses 2 and 3 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded, members, that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 3 of the bill is agreed. 2 and 3.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, there are no further bills. I now move that the Speaker takes the chair.
Being moved and seconded that the Speaker now do take the chair. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The Speaker will now take the chair. I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has gone through the bills, making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House has indicated that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the bills, making no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Securities Industries Amendment Bill 2021 be read for a third time and passed.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Securities Industry Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Securities Industry Amendment Act 2021. For the third reading of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Insurance Amendment Act 2021. For the third reading and passing of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
No further third reading, sir.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Member statements. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief. I just wanted to take the opportunity to wish all the mothers in Abaco a very happy Mother's Day. I hope they get to enjoy that with their friends and family. I know that from my family to theirs, I wish a heartfelt Mother's Day. And to two mothers in particular, Mr. Speaker, my grandmother, Mabel, who resides in Hope Town, she was always there for me and helped to raise me, Mr. Speaker. And also my own mother, who, although I don't get to see very much, she lost her home in Dorian and now lives abroad. But want to wish a very happy Mother's Day to her, to say thank you, Mom, and thank you to all the mothers of Abaco. We appreciate your sacrifice and the service that goes into being a mother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
Speaker, I'd like to call my younger brother James from the South and Central to extend Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers in North Abaco. I also want to request prayers for my brother Marcus Evans, whose mother, Ari Evans, passed recently, who was like a mother to me, adopted me into a family in 1981 when Marcus and I joined the Defense Force. So he and his siblings, and also to condolences out from me and my family to the children of my Aunt Terry Webb, who also passed recently. And so this Mother's Day is going to be as difficult for them as it will be for those of us who've lost our mothers, who've gone on to reap their eternal reward. Before I take my seat, I want to congratulate the minister responsible for tourism and aviation. And I hope that he does not allow what went on in here today to detract from the great work that he has done today. I'm very proud to be serving alongside him. This is a monumental achievement, the Air Navigation Services Agreement, and it will bring benefits to our country hitherto unknown. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Michael.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say a happy Mother's Day to the entire Michael constituency, all of the mothers, also the mothers in this honorable house, to my 10 sisters, and to my late mother who passed away in 2017. Mother's Day is very painful at this time for me because when my mother passed away, I was not on the island. And when I came back, I viewed her in a coffin. And so I want to thank all the hard-working mothers. My mom, she was everything. She taught us well. A woman of class, a Christian woman. And so, citizen, the entire Commonwealth of the Bahamas, all of you hardworking mothers, in particular the single women, who, when I look and see how they manage their families, sometimes there's not a male in the house, but they have done extremely well. Hats off to you, single women. who continue to make strive and take care of your children. And so I want to say, Mr. Speaker, God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And happy Mother's Day to all of the women. And may God continue to keep us as the bedrock of the nation.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Before, they're gonna be very quick. I just want to, I omitted to wish my own mother happy Mother's Day during my presentation, and my beautiful wife. I look forward to bringing her back home to her children in the next few days after her illness. I thank all of my members, my colleagues for their prayers and support. I'm sure she'll be happy to be home with her children on Mother's Day on Sunday. Mr. Speaker, I just want to raise 3 points with respect to Tall Pines. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, at the request of the members of the Jubilee Gardens community, I caused this member of parliament caused through its constituency funds solar lights to be erected at the entrance of Jubilee Gardens on the Fire Trail Road entrance about 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, notwithstanding the fact of the height of those solar lights, both lights went missing, and I've gotten. And it is a shame because it was a core request among many that we have answered the call of our constituents. And it was a very dangerous situation because driving on Fire Trail Road, you would not see the entrance of Jubilee Gardens. And it's a very dark area. And so unfortunately, those constituency funds and that effort of myself, my team members, and the members of the Jubilee Gardens Community Association have gone, I would say to waste. Because, but I want to say to them that we're working on getting another light erected on that facility at the entrance. I want to also say to the people of Christie Park, whom I've gotten several emails, we've started the work of doing some repairs to the park on Christie Park. We've already secured the area for the garbage bins, as we've been getting a lot of garbage thrown by the dogs. We've completed that project. If you drive past today, you'll see that the grass that was in the pit where the swings and the sliding boards and the seesaw was, we have already dug that out. And by this week, we should have the sand placed in that park and continuous work being done in Christie Park. Finally, with respect to community signs, Mr. Speaker, about 2 days before election, the former member of parliament erected some wooden signs in various communities in the Tall Pines constituency. We know our communities are Bahamas with hurricanes. One of the requests of our many communities is that they want proper cement permanent signs. And if you drive through Tall Pines, Mr. Speaker, you'll see several have already been erected. Hans Close and several communities, Ross Davis Estate, several others. I want to say to the people of Tall Pines Estate and High Tree Estate that we're in the process of having your permanent signs erected within the next few weeks. And finally, Mr. Speaker, those residents on the High Point Estate that goes up to where Meridian School is and goes down to High Point Estate. The street lights have been out for about 2 years or so. We're in the process now, Mr. Speaker. We've already fixed 2 of the lights. We're in the process of having those lights fixed. I've met with that community about a week ago, Mr. Speaker, and it's a gated community, but they have to drive through that dark street to get to their community. And as promised, we're working on that effort. And within the next few days, we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to having those lights erected. We would not be using the solar lights. We're going to be working with BPL, hopefully, or another company to erect more permanent structures. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to my members again of Tall Pines, and I look forward to continued work with them. Again, to all Tall Pines residents and all mothers throughout the Bahamas, my mothers and all other mothers, colleagues, mothers in this honorable House and in the Senate, happy Mother's Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to take this opportunity to particularly pay tribute to my mom, Cora Wilson, who raised me as a single parent, along with my Grammy, who is now deceased, and to pay tribute to her, let her know that she is loved for her constant motivation and being my biggest supporter. Mr. Speaker, I take also this opportunity to wish a happy Mother's Day to all of my constituents, those moms out there who continue to be the backbone of our community with their nurturing spirit. I also take this opportunity to wish a happy Mother's Day to all of my associate colleagues and their wives during this time. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to also recognize the fact that as moms throughout this country, we are relied on to bring up our children in a certain way along with the fathers. But the role of the mother has been significant in the rearing of our children. And so I wish to encourage each and every mom out there today that amidst the challenges that we may all be facing at this time in our history, to keep praying and to never let loose of your children and to always cover them with God in this Mother's Day and beyond. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a happy Mother's Day to all.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Eleuthera.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to speak to my people in North Eleuthera. I want to start by wishing my lovely mother, Jesselie Mackey, a happy Mother's Day, and also Cindy Mackey, my lovely wife and the mother of my children. But a special acknowledgement of this Mother's Day when we will be able to celebrate it a little bit better than we were last year because of the pandemic. I just want to say to the mothers of North Eleuthera and the entire Bahamas that you are special to us. And it's because of who you are and what you have done for us. We are the country that we are today. And so I say thank you and happy Mother's Day to all Bahamian mothers.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to join colleagues in wishing the Land family sincere condolences. I also want to express my sincere condolences to Loretta Maycock of Flamingo Gardens on the passing of her husband, Ryan Maycock, who was a good friend of mine prior to my coming to this place. Also to the Unfortunate Prince of Peace Masonic family on the passing of Brother Joseph Buchanan, who would have been funeralized today, and by being here caused me not to be there. To Kemuel Knowles on the passing of his brother, my sincere condolences. Also to the family of Miss Beverly Finley, who I met as a Mason. She was not a Mason, she was not affiliated, but she was very supportive of my administration while I served. And she passed, and I want to express my condolences to her family and my gratitude for the help that she would have given. You would have heard, Mr. Speaker, many persons talk about Marco Wilson, son of Presserita Hicks. Presserita Hicks is a very dear friend of mine. As a matter of fact, we call her mother. And I've been avoiding her, Mr. Speaker. Like a coward, I got my wife to call when I heard of the passing because I couldn't fathom the thought, find the strength to actually face her, knowing that that is her only child in a time like this, Mr. Speaker. But Mother, my heart goes out to you. We spoke this morning, and I will be by. Mr. Speaker, on more happy note, you know, my mother-in-law is celebrating her birthday tomorrow. And you know, jokingly you hear not always good stories about in-laws, but I can say publicly and privately that I have the best mother-in-law in the world, Charlemagne Young Forbes. And I want to say a happy birthday to her. Freetown spoke about his wife being the boss in his house. I have a daughter who bosses me around. Thea Agnes Campbell, she celebrated her birthday on Friday past. 17 going on 40. And I want to say happy birthday to my daughter, Thea Agnes Campbell. Empress Johnson, she knows who she is. I wouldn't give too much details, but she is celebrating her birthday today. and some of the wives, spouses, brothers and sisters with us. I want to join them and say happy birthday to us. To all of our mothers, starting with those here in the chamber, with those who work with me in the ministry, Department of Social Services and Urban Renewal, to all the mothers who are involved in the NGOs, to all the mothers in the constituency of Southern Shores, to all the mothers throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas who sometimes feel like they are taken for granted and they don't get the constant reminder that they're valued and they are loved. To three women who I have the luxury of calling mother, my biological mother and my two adopted mothers, Lavinia Campbell and Iris Finlayson. It is my prayer that God will continue to bless all of them with good health and they will reap the reward of their hard work. And as I stand here with God's help, I promise that I will continue to make that special effort to ensure that you're proud of my participation and contribution to this Bahama land. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Speaker, first of all, I'd like to offer my condolences to the family of the late Mr. Evans in Rocktown. Today, we lost her today. Mrs. Evans is the wife of the Pastor Evans, who we just laid to rest about 2 weeks ago. And so today, I only can imagine what our family is feeling this evening. The God is the one you look to. He's the one that will get you through. And in the midst of your trials, look to him. He will give you comfort. Mr. Speaker, the people of Eleuthera would like to thank the Prime Minister and this government for the launching of the passport office in Central Eleuthera just last week. I never realized that passport office meant so much to the residents of Eleuthera until after that passport office was finally open. And the people of Eleuthera say thank you to the Bahamas government. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to offer to all of the mothers in my constituency. It is people, women like you, that have made Eleuthera great. It is women like you that have made men out of us. It is women like you that have kept the families together. I offer to you a happy, happy Mother's Day. I pray that this will be the best Mother's Day you've had in a long time. And to my 80-plus-year-old mother, Mavis Johnson, who's 80 years old. But if you see her, I will not reveal the full age. I will not reveal the full age. She's in her late 80s. I want to wish her a happy Mother's Day. And to the mother of my children, Shirley, happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakro.
Caribbean indulgence, and I spoke twice today, but just to make mention, I heard the member for Anglican raised a concern about Bishop Walter Hatchell. I just saw it on Facebook. So on behalf of myself and my family, and most certainly very good friend, Mr. George Capron, one of my mentors, our prayers are with him, and we pray for a speedy recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, there being no further member statement, I just wish to express my deepest sympathies to the clerk of this Parliament, Mr. David Forbes, and his family, his entire family, on the passing of his sister, Denise Green. May our soul rest in peace. I also wish to extend prayers for a speedy recovery for the clerk. We come against all sickness and all disease that tries to affect his body. May his body be restored to its original form, and all the cells and vessels, particularly his respiratory system, regain its full strength and that he be returned to normalcy in Jesus' name. I want to say a happy Mother's Day, especially to my wife, my indigenous Baintown woman. For the past 42 years, our love continues to be as strong as from the moment we met. Within Nassau Village community, I want to extend my best wishes and a happy Mother's Day to all of the women of the Nassau Village constituency. You know, I used to sing a song to the women of the Nassau Village constituency, My Lady in Red. And all of a sudden now my ladies in red have turned to purple. So as we move forward now, we will be purple. I've taken some of the red and some of the blue, and we blend, and now we're purple going forward. And so, to all of the mothers here in this chambers, I can't forget you all for your contribution to the Parliament of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the politics in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I've taken an initiative as the Speaker to encourage the increase in the numbers of women who participate in politics, particularly at this level. And to all of those women from Zonta and from SeaWorld, CEDAW, and the other women organizations, particularly at Kiwanis, who helped me significantly in the Nassau Village constituency. I want to thank you and I wish you a happy Mother's Day. In Nassau Village, we have a park called Jonathan Square, just east of the Prince Charles Shopping Center. I wanted to have that park ready for Mother's Day. We're not completely finished. The gazebo is finished. We have a large gazebo, 30 by 60 feet gazebo on the park. We just finished a beach volleyball court on the park. We are erecting and establishing a tennis court on the park. The putting greens should be ready in 2 weeks. And we're also having a table tennis set up on that park. So it's expected to be fully recreational. And just one notice I want to give the residents: you have to bring your own equipment. You have to bring your own balls. You have to bring your own tennis rackets, your own golf clubs, your own table tennis paddles, and your own tennis balls. And the reason for that is similar to what the member for Tall Pines explained. Things just disappear unless it's yours. And nobody seems to know anything about anything. And I tell the people in Nassau Village all the time, when any property is destroyed or removed without authorization, all it does is it reduces the number of coupons that you are able to give to the persons who are in need, because you have to go and spend that money now to replace it and to restore it. And with those few words, we'll move on the agenda for this evening. Appointment of select committees. Instruction to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to renew all matters in the name of the government, and I move that the business of this House adjourns to Monday, 17th of May, 10 a.m. 2021.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business, that this House adjourns to 10 a.m. Monday, the 17th of May. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those who oppose would stand. Final adjournment.
On this final adjournment, Mr. Speaker, to make sure I could get into the House this evening, I realized I didn't say Happy Mother's Day to Catherine Patricia Campbell, my wife. Let me make sure I could get it out. Happy Mother's Day, Catherine. A final adjournment. I move, Mr. Speaker, that the business of this House adjourns to Monday, 17th of May, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Monday, the 17th of May, 2021. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Monday, the 17th of May, 2021.